on toi, niin sit Hello, welcome everyone to the 30th anniversary conference of the EEAC network in Helsinki, Finland. And the topic for the next 2 days is the critical decade of action, mobilizing sustainability transformation in Europe. So EEAC, the European Environment and Sustainable Development Advisory Council's network, has been connecting councils and expert panels across Europe for 30 years. The EEAC network consists of 18 advisory bodies from 14 European countries and regions. And these members offer advice to their respective national or regional governments related to climate change and the environment and sustainable development. And this year's anniversary celebration offers us an opportunity to reflect on the past years, but more importantly, to evaluate critically how we can leap to a sustainable future from now on. Now, the conference is hosted by Finland's 3 independent science panels, which are the Finnish Expert Panel for Sustainable Development, the Finnish Climate Change Panel, and the Finnish Nature Panel. And we'll be here for 2 days. The conference brings together experts from academia, civil society, the private sector, and government to discuss the next steps for facilitating the sustainability transformation in this critical decade of action. And we'll hear interesting keynote speeches, we'll engage in workshops and parallel sessions, and these will include the following themes. We'll talk about joining forces for sustainability transformation. We'll talk about Europe's global responsibility in combating climate change. And we will also talk about the mid-term policy actions that are necessary to take against the biodiversity crisis. So feel free to share your insights from the conference on Twitter and other social media. Hashtags for social media, you can see them here, I hope you can see them here, are EEAC30 and critical decade. And you can also hashtag the handle EEAC network. Tag the handle. So my name is Hanna Nikkanen. I'm an environmental journalist at the Finnish long-form magazine Longplay, and I will be facilitating all the keynote sessions at this conference. And also one note about today is that today, actually in about an hour, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen will be giving her annual State of the Union address to the European Parliament, and so that will happen about 10 our time, and that will of course be like an interesting addition to our conversations here to hear what she says in Brussels while we're gathered here in Helsinki. But now I have the honor of introducing our first speaker. She's Saara Karimi. She's a Finnish climate activist and a journalist who's currently working for the Finnish Broadcasting Company. So welcome, Saara. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone, and thank you for having me. I have to first apologize. My iPad's charge just died, so I have to read it through my phone. My name is Saara Karimi. I'm a climate and a human rights activist and also a journalist in the Finnish broadcasting company Yle. But today I'm here to offer the take of an activist on what should be done about the greatest threats humanity faces. As we all know, the climate crisis is accelerating and we are in the midst of the 6th mass extinction. My roots are from Afghanistan, and I've seen firsthand how the climate crisis already impacts those who are the most vulnerable and the least responsible for it. Action must be taken now. This is no longer an issue that can be pushed back. At the same time, we cannot solve only one issue without facing the others. Inequality is rampant, and especially women's rights are under attack. In a crisis, the ones who suffer first are women. Millions of women in crisis settings live in danger. They face daily risks to their health and safety and limited access to medical care and social services. We have seen how child marriages are on the rise again. Drought, failing harvests, and water scarcity are a part of everyday life for people in my second home country. Meanwhile, here we are in the global north, comfortable in our everyday lives, still avoiding responsibility and forgetting the lives of millions in the global south. The climate crisis cannot be addressed without addressing the injustice of the situation. The rich are fine, they will always be fined, and they would be more than happy to let the poorer countries and people bear the brunt of the crisis. The global north has a moral obligation to help the global south and not leave them to suffer the impacts of the actions of the north. In addition to the climate crisis, there is the issue of the biodiversity loss. It is once again easy to blame others for logging their rainforest, but ignore what's happening in our own backyard. We are chopping down our old forest more than ever before. No one else can protect and save our nature but us. But yet, we are currently heading in the opposite direction. The loss of Finland's forest carbon sinks should be the news that wakes our leaders up. When the last of our national treasures we claim to so value and nurture is chopped down, maybe then we'll realize what we've just lost. But it is not too late. We can still change the course. This is the decade where we no longer can close our eyes and delay the decisions that must urgently be made. While I believe individual actions are important and everyone can do their part, I also believe that we are stronger together. We can all do our part at home by small acts like recycling, but that is not going to save us anymore. We need to come together and demand our leaders to take actions immediately. This is a fight that we cannot lose, and we need everyone to take a part. At the end of the day, the question is whether you choose to protect your own interests or those in need of our protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for your insights and for connecting us with the biggest questions of this decade, and also for raising the issue of global responsibility, which will set the tone, I hope, for the discussions that we're having here. And next, please let me invite our next speaker to the stage. She's Dr. Katriina Siivonen, co-chair at the Finnish Expert Panel for Sustainable Development, and she hails from the field of future studies. So welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for Sahra for your important and heavy words. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, as the co-chair of the Finnish Expert Panel for Sustainable Development, I would like to wish all of you warmly welcome to this 13th EEAC Annual Conference organized by, as we heard already, Finnish Expert Panel for Sustainable Development, the Finnish Climate Change Panel, and the Finnish Nature Panel, together then with this EEAC network. The theme of the conference is Critical Decade of Action. We have heard already this critical decade now several times, but it is important to emphasize it. Mobilizing Sustainability Transformation in Europe is the subtitle, and we will have 2 intensive days to discuss this theme from several perspectives. To begin the discussion of our conference, it's good to notice that we can foresee a future in which good, healthy, and meaningful life with a minimal burden on the environment is possible. This will be achieved through interdisciplinary economic wisdom, the implementation of bold systemic transformation, and a broad dialogue in society. It is important to involve those groups and organizations which up until now have not had the chance to participate in the building of a sustainability way of life. Thus, we emphasize in the conference theme and in the different presentations and discussions in the conference the need to mobilize and involve new actors in sustainability work in the society. A future is sustainable in the long term. Future that is sustainable in the long term is created today on the basis of scientific knowledge through joint efforts by various actors. It is not an impossible task, but making it happen will require political commitment across the board, a respect for knowledge-based decision-making, and a rethinking of our way of life in a manner that involves all people. We must break free from pursuing such progress that increases ecological depth. Being able to do this requires that each decision maker in different sectors and on different levels of society actively takes responsibility for identifying risks and opportunities and participates in the eco-social building and development of new technologies that recognize the limits of this planet. European countries inevitably operate in the global community, as Zahra also mentioned, as a part of the planet's natural systems. The impacts of production and consumption extend to ecosystems and people in different parts of the Earth. European countries have the prerequisites for showing the way to others, and also a global obligation to do so. Leading by example requires that we, together with various actors in society, recognize the view of a sustainable future, set ambitious goals, and take determined actions to achieve them. The overuse of natural resources and environmental pollution have progressed so far that instead of a gradual change, we need a swift societal transformation which allocates resources in a new way, one that fosters sustainability. The sustainability transformation in a systemic approach for society to change in an orderly and holistic manner. There is a need to turn societal well-being maintaining systems from the current unsustainable activities to ones that are sustainable in all respects. National governments can dismantle obstacles and modify structures, but they alone cannot build a sustainable future or accelerate the sustainability transformation. The participation of all actors of society in various roles is needed in business, in financing system, the media sector, municipalities, education and research, communities and associations, and also as individuals. And also individuals are active on all these levels. We can notice that there is a broad mutual understanding concerning the need to foster sustainable development. However, the concrete methods to do so are still debated. The Finnish expert panel for sustainable development has identified the key illusions that slow down the progress of the sustainability transformation, as well as ways to overcome these illusions. They are published in the so-called second yellow publication of the panel. To read more deeply about them, you can find the pre-publication from this conference desk. So, dear colleagues, we aim to proceed towards a successful sustainability transformation. We can imagine a state of activity that we want to pursue and co-create it with all different actors in the society. It is a future state which does not yet exist, but the elements of which can already be identified. It takes a different form in different countries, but the principle is the same. In the state of activity, the institutions maintained by people will jointly develop and maintain systems that support the health and well-being of both people and the planet, generating a harmonious planetary entity. The beginning rhythms can already be felt. They can be felt on different levels of society and in different groups of actors. These themes and discussions are discussed in coming 2 days. We hope that the conference generates transdisciplinary, stimulating and critical discussion that promote networking between people from different backgrounds and interested in questions about sustainability transformation. So once again, on behalf of all organizers, and I wish you a warm welcome to the 13th EEAC Annual Conference.
Thank you, Katriina Siivonen. Again, lots of important points about interdisciplinary dialogue and the need for mobilization that covers different aspects, different sectors of society and knowledge-based decision-making. Again, themes that will that we will return to over and over on during these 2 days. And now our last speaker of this opening session is Ardau Kiralt-Bassa, who is the chair of the EEAC network. Mr. Kiralt-Bassa, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues. We have had already truly inspiring contributions from this morning from Sarah and Katrina, so thank you very much on behalf of the EEAC. It is a great honor for me to address these words to you in my capacity of chairman of the EEAC network, the European Network of Advisory Councils on the Environment and Sustainable Development, in short, the EEAC network, you know, very long names. After 2 years in which the network organized all these activities, including 2 annual conferences virtually due to the pandemic, it is truly joyful to be able to meet again in person for the first time in 3 years. So we are extremely joyful for this. I'm, however, glad that this conference will also provide a hybrid format. This will allow us to hear the views of some distinguished experts who could not travel to Helsinki, and it also will allow many people to be following us from their respective countries. We send you, I don't know where is the camera, but we send you all greetings from Helsinki. This is the 30th annual conference of our network. It marks 30 years of a change, knowledge building, and joint work among advisory councils from all around Europe. We owe a great deal of gratitude to our host for enabling us to come here together, the Finnish Expert Panel for Sustainable Development, thank you, the Finnish Climate Change Panel, and the Finnish Nature Panel. I would like, before continuing, to thank the panels for organizing and hosting this conference. And let me assure you, and I express this gratitude on behalf of the EEAC network as a whole. Dear colleagues, the conference is conducted during a critical moment for the future of the planet and humanity. A moment, moreover, critical for peace, with a war in Ukraine that has dramatically and forever changed the lives of millions of people and families. We would like to send our solidarity to all of them. I hardly need to explain this audience how dire the situation of our planet is. In its recent analysis, the Earth Commission makes, in its analysis that was issued last week, and the Earth Commission makes a clear warning to the international community. 16 climate tipping points could be triggered if global temperature rises beyond 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. Actually, 5 of these 16 tipping points may be already triggered at today's temperature. The destabilization in parts of Greenland and West Antarctic ice sheets, the widespread abrupt permafrost thaw, the collapse of convection in the Labrador Sea, and massive die-off of tropical coral reefs. The world is heading towards between 2 or 3 of global warming, degrees of global warming, far away from the Paris Agreement goal. And as Johan Rockström, the co-chair of the Earth Commission and director of Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, said when this commission launched its paper, this situation sets Earth on course to cross multiple dangerous tipping points that will be disastrous for people across the world. To maintain livable conditions on Earth, protect people from rising extremes, and enable stable societies, Johan Rockström argued, we must do everything possible to prevent crossing tipping points. Every 1/10 of a degree counts. It will come as no surprise that I fully agree with him. Can you hear me? Because I think the micro, okay. The world and Europe must radically accelerate decarbonization, decarbonizing the economy and rethinking resource use to limit the risk of crossing climate, but also biodiversity tipping points. This requires systemic change, starting immediately. The question is, will we be able to do it? And the question is clear. Ladies and gentlemen, as the title says, and it's not new, we face a critical decade of action. We are all aware of the difficulties we face in driving transformative action, either as governments and parliaments or as advisory bodies to these institutions. We are making progress in terms of policy making, but are we making progress at the right pace? And is implementation truly successful? The evidence so far shows that it is not the case. Despite the challenging situation, I really think that our councils and all colleagues attending this conference are part of the solution. This is why the title of the conference calls for mobilizing sustainability transformation in Europe. Let's push for it. Let's push for this together. I would like to conclude my speech by expressing again the gratitude of the EEAC network to the 3 independent science panels based in Finland that have organized this conference. So, kiitos paljon. Dear colleagues, this means thank you in Finnish. Dear colleagues, I wish you all an inspiring conference. I look forward to hearing the insights, solutions, and views relevant to our common job. Thank you. Kiitos paljon.
And with those words, we conclude the opening session. Thank you, Mr. Kiratbassa. And again, welcome everyone who is either here in this room or watching us online. The program will now continue here in this room straight away with our first keynote sessions. And would our panelists please join me on stage? So, joining forces for global sustainability transformations, that is becoming even more critical. And we know that the next 10 years will both include probably lots of surprises and crises, and it will also set the path for many decades to come. So it's time, we know it's time for effective collective action, and we also know that it's not always simple. There are many unanswered questions about how to take those steps? How do we foster urgent collaborative processes in a way that amplifies democracy and peace and justice and inclusion? And who should take the lead? So in this session that is organized by the Finnish Expert Panel for Sustainable Development, which is an independent body consisting of 10 expert members from a broad range of scientific backgrounds and different universities and research institutions, we will be talking about these questions. How do we join forces? And again, hashtags are the same as I mentioned earlier, EEAC30, critical decade, and if you want to tag the handle of the Finnish Sustainable Development Expert Panel, that's kestävyyspanel. It's kind of half Finnish, half English, just so you know. But before starting the actual panel, I thought we could let our panelists introduce themselves and say a few words about their relationship to the topic. What are you doing? What is your engagement with this topic? And maybe we can start right here at my left with Ms. Johanna Kentala-Lehtonen.
Okay, good morning everyone, and nice to be here. I'm working at the Prime Minister's office in the EU department. My job is to coordinate the Finnish EU positions for the European Green Deal, and mostly the climate and biodiversity issues, and also forest and agriculture are my responsibilities. So that's the coming from for me. But I also have a doctorate degree in international relations, which was dealing the business actors' influence on climate politics. And so I have been looking at from the point of view of various actors of this problem, and I can see that there is already a lot happening. So while we speak that a lot must to come through, we are already doing a lot, and I would start with the European Green Deal, which I think is a great example of systemic change that we are trying to do in our society at the moment, and that the European Commission has really tried to bring all the sectors, all the economic sectors, into these issues of climate and environmental problems, and I believe that a lot is happening, but of course at the moment we also need a lot more. And one thing that I can see influences this development is that the politicians are mostly living in the moment. They are living today's world and today's crisis, and it's difficult for them because it's very hectic for the ministers, and in the situations like we're living at the moment, where there's crisis after crisis after crisis, so it's difficult to look beyond this moment here, and I think it's crucial that we have scientists and other actors who remind and bring it out through the media, for example, for the politicians, that the solutions we find to the crisis of today must also deal with the crisis of tomorrow that are coming next if we're not paying attention. But maybe this for the beginning.
Thank you. And next up we have Dr. Åsa Persson. Welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you so much, and good morning everyone. It's really great to be here, and let me first also say I think Finland is a real example to the world in terms of sustainable development governance, how you work with the SDGs, and having these three panels really set the example. So my name is Åsa Persson. I'm, like I think many of you here, have a research background, still an active researcher. I'm a research director and deputy director of the Stockholm Environment Institute, where we do applied research on sustainable development issues, really try to be useful to policymakers and increasingly also other actors. Business is definitely on the train since a few years, and also civil society. But I am also here as a member of the independent group of scientists to draft the next Global Sustainable Development Report, which is due next year. As you know, it's an SDG summit coming up in a year's time in the UN to take stock of Agenda 2030 and the 17 SDGs. So this group, we are building on the previous report, which actually we had Professor Eva Furman, who's maybe here or not, contributed to, so I wanted to share a bit what we are kind of seeing and learning from that report work.
And then, thank you. And then we have Mr. Olli Karkkainen, please go ahead.
Thanks, and good morning from the Ministry of Finance. So I work in the Ministry of Finance with supporting evidence-informed and data-driven policy making. So a lot of my job is to estimate the effects of different policy options, for example, on employment and inequality. My background is in economics, and I work as a researcher in the university and both in the public and private sector. So I've been kind of jumping between research and economic policy in my jobs. Coming from the view of the Ministry of Finance and our view of kind of estimating the effects of different policy options, I can see that the view of the Ministry of Finance is broadening as well. So we are not just thinking about employment or economic growth, but also the nature and climate change as a whole. So I think, in my view, we can see the broadening of the point of view also, and I think it's important to have the kind of the whole government looking in the same direction. Thanks.
Thank you. And then next up we have Ms. Miriam Boveda. Welcome and tell us about yourself.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here in Helsinki today. I'm working in the European Commission Directorate General in charge of regional and urban policy. So we are a small group, a team of 7 colleagues working on different issues related to sustainable growth, energy, environment, climate change adaptation and mitigation, and disaster risk management. And we also work on the newly created Just Transition Fund. We are working with the other directorate generals from the Commission, so environment, energy, climate, and other directorate generals to make our investment really transformational at European level. You know that we are the first investment in these areas at TO level, and we are now preparing for the next programming period, 2021-2027. So we are establishing policy lines for our investments. So what do we have to invest as a priority? And of course, we are a key element of the European Green Deal because we make our investment suitable for each region, because we work in partnership with the regions and with the member states. So this is how cohesion policy is implemented. In terms of projects that we have, we want to launch because we see that some stakeholders want to go further in sustainability transitions, but they need support. So we want to mobilize support in terms of technical assistance to help them in their goals of going beyond in certain projects or program in sustainability transitions. We have published a toolkit for supporting them in their programs, in their investments. So this is what we are aiming at in our team. In terms of background, I have worked also for a city council, so I saw in my daily work what are the key issues that you are facing to implement sustainability in a specific city council. And namely, I worked for the city of Toulouse in southern France. And I have worked in my PhD thesis on solidarity. So also what are the different tensions that you have in the society to achieve solidarity in legal terms, because I'm a lawyer in European law. Thank you.
Thank you. And then finally we have Professor Lassi Linnanen, please.
Hello everybody. I'm representing here a Finnish expert panel for sustainable development, and I'm professor of environmental economics and management at Lappeenranta-Lahti University of Technology. My background is in management sciences. Currently, our research is linking systems perspective on the sustainability transformation. And when taking this systems perspective, it's pretty obvious that all these, how we call them, crises, like pandemics and war and ecosystem collapse, actually they are all interconnected. So there is actually not crisis after crisis, and we are waiting for the next crisis to come. We have a crisis or a system which is inducing this type of shocks, and then how to deal with this kind of situation. Typically, when taking the systems perspective, you have to look for root causes and try to understand why actually this kind of process goes on. And we will see whether we will able to recognize the root causes here.
Okay, lovely, thank you. Thank you for the introductions. And now we'll start with a very, very broad question. Sustainability transformation clearly requires a systems level approach, and all societal actors should work together in an integrated manner towards a common goal. And kind of starting from the governance point of view, Ms. Kentala-Lehtonen, what do you see as the most important mechanisms or measures for reaching this goal of like integrated collaboration across different sectors in society?
Like you said, it's a very broad question, very, very hard. I would start from the definition, and from our value base. I think we should start from defining a good life again. Like, what is good life? And I think this is something that has been changing. Like the understanding in society of the climate crisis has really grown during the last 20 years, maybe. And at the moment, I think that the understanding of the biodiversity crisis is also growing very fast. So I think that these will be seen in the coming elections and in the coming years. And what I think, and saying that we need to define a good life, I mean, of course, that we have to have measurements for right issues, like a GDP may not be the best measure we should use for our economic. And I would take a few examples. What has happened during the COVID pandemic is the change of routines that we have been able to do when we have to. And I think that this is something we should be able to learn from also regarding the crises of the environment. Like once we had to go remote work, we were able to do that. And maybe this is something we can learn from. It was a good thing for the environment. The CO2 emissions went down because the traffic went down. And I think that this coming winter, we will need to learn a lot of new routines with the energy use all over Europe. So I think that we should use these experiences to also better adapt to the new situations of the environmental thing. But then what the government can do and is doing is of course it can soften the change, but it's not it's not only through the financial support, but very much through the structural changes, the new standards, the new legislation is of course needed. But like I said already earlier, I think other actors are really much needed for the support of the politicians to go to the right direction and to have the right information. And at the same time, I think it's crucial that we remember the social aspect of the change, that we cannot come on only from the environmental side, because if we don't keep the people on board, and if we don't have the acceptability for the political decisions, it's impossible to make the change. So this is very important aspect to remember.
But to follow up, kind of when you mentioned, for example, the impact of the lockdowns, the CO2 emissions going down, that was a very short-term change that happened, and it's kind of clear that sort of a forced situation where people have to, in face of a crisis, change their day-to-day lives, is that they're like, in order to make that kind of a change last longer, become a permanent part of people's lives, this will can be. There will, as you said, it will need to be softened. Sort of that process will need to be somehow gentler than what we experienced, for example, with the lockdowns. Do you have any practical tools for how to do that when it comes to transportation or energy use?
Yeah, I think that, well, about the remote work, I would say that we are not going back to the 2019, that it has come to stay, that part of the week the people will stay at home and work remotely. I think that is lasting from the COVID. Of course, we're not going to stay home forever, but stay more. And also with the energy use, I hope that as we learn the new routines, they will stick with us, because we will also save money. But with the concrete measures, I think the legislation, coming legislation and standards will force us towards this situation. I think in a way the current energy crisis is a kind of a human test for the prediction that when you rise the prices, the consumption goes lower. That is the prediction of the emission trading system and all the climate legislation. So now we'll see if it really happens.
Now I wanted to ask you, Ms. Boveda, for how does the EU's just transition mechanism address these questions of bringing everyone on board, negotiating changes that do come very close to people's everyday lives?
First, let me maybe set the scene. So the Just Transition mechanism is embedded in the cohesion policy, the Just Transition Fund, and we have accompanied structural change for several decades so far. So either by protecting the environment, investing in renewables, energy efficiency, and this is channeled through programming, and we are assessing investment needs, and with our funds, namely Cohesion Fund and ERDF, we are supporting these different areas of investment. So the Just Transition mechanism comes in the framework of the European Green Deal investment plan. And the objective is to mobilize investment to achieve the European Green Deal objectives. So we have created a mechanism which is new in our policy, which is that on top of the existing support, we give extra support to those who are mostly hit by the transition. And the cornerstone of the implementation of this Just Transition Fund, which is part of the Just Transition mechanism, and the cornerstone of this mechanism is our territorial Just Transition plans. So this is a new approach that we are having in our policy. And I would like to underline three aspects which I think are key for the transformation. And the first aspect is to establish a vision so a common vision for the territory. And a vision with transition pathways, so with the clear milestones, 2030 and 2050, how do we get there? The second aspect is a clear assessment of the negative impacts of the transition, negative socio-economic impacts, and how will this territory tackle these impacts. And the third very important element, and we are insisting on it, is a strong partnership. Because if all the stakeholders are not pulling in the same direction, the transition and the transformation doesn't happen. We are requesting a broad stakeholder engagement. So if you have a mining region, depending on the problems they are undergoing, we will need to have trade unions on board, we will need to have NGOs, we will need to have coal miners, but also the employers in these sectors. And what is key also for us in the transformation is the involvement of the youth. We see that the youth in certain regions have had a very important role, have played an important role. We have published also a study on the role of youth in just transition. So these are the three key elements which I would outline. Of course, there are additional ones. We want to support, as I said before, this transformation further. This is why we published a toolkit which recommends also certain forms of governance for this transformation. And we hope to launch, and we plan to launch in 2023, a specific platform to support cohesion policy in this transformation, and which will be called a Cohesion for Transition platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Persson, what implications do these reflections and these issues have for justice and inclusion? Do you believe it is possible, or how do you believe it is possible to achieve a sustainability transformation that is both urgent and fast and effective, but also just and democratic and inclusive, and also, as Ms. Boveda pointed out, also taking into account the future generations' rights and their participation?
Also a very big question, a lot of adjectives, just, inclusive, etc. But of course, this is what we are striving for, and what we have. Countries have expressed they want through Agenda 2030, a commitment to these principles. So I'll share a few thoughts, but also first, when for this Global Sustainable Development Report, when we do take stock, we of course see that the 17 goals have stagnated. Basically, this is quite a negative picture, that no progress has really happened since 2019, of course much due to the pandemic and now the conflict in Ukraine and all the cascading impacts. But what we want to try and do with this report, because I think the previous one really did a good job in terms of specifying what needs to be done. We had 6 big transformations were identified. Decarbonization, for example, or food system transformation. We want to drill into a bit more the how, and I think what we are currently looking at is 2 sort of key messages we want to really make clearly. One is transformation is possible. There are historical examples of major societal change that we can really learn from. And also transformation is inevitable. So we see that these changes, shocks, crises are sort of happening, and investing in sustainable development is really the best insurance policy. So these are a little bit conflicting key messages. Is it, it's the first transformation is possible, sort of suggests we do have a lot of agency, we can shape these transformations, we can plan them. but transformation is also inevitable. It's, you know, we are kind of, we need to build our resilience. But I think this really reflects the reality of change, that you can both plan it, but you also need to kind of respond to things outside of your control. So we try to look at all these examples and evidence, really provide those inspiring examples, learning. We have had these really big, pretty fast missions historically. The way that social housing was expanded in the post-war period in many countries in the world. Sweden built 1 million homes during a relatively short period. Of course, the US New Deal, which was a massive program, but yeah, of course, the EU Green Deal is partly inspired from that. The Green Revolution, it was transformative, also with a lot of negative impacts, but we can still learn from it. And of course, we have ample examples also when change happens to us, not least the pandemic, as was mentioned. But what we also find, of course, is that fairness is key for the planned transformations. And in the scientific literature on this, we distinguish between fairness in the sense of distributive justice, compensating those who lose. Procedural justice, you know, by which decision-making process do you come to these plans? And recognition justice, who are invited to the table. And all these three elements are quite important. Maybe we tend to focus more on the distributive aspects first, you know, who is going to lose and win in more economic terms, whether employment or so. But interestingly also what has been found in science is that if you have a good process, a good procedure, that can to some extent compensate for the sort of negative distributional impacts. So if people feel they are part of a process and really internalize a decision, own it, they are more likely to accept sacrifices or change. Of course, as you kind of implied in your question there, the challenge is time. Do we have time for these procedures that are so important in terms of how we plan the process, ensure it's locally grounded, invites multiple stakeholders, or do we need to see change more quickly, given the short time to 2030, and then given the tipping points that we heard about in the morning? And I think that's the real dilemma here. And again, what we seem to see is that humans are pretty good at adapting quickly when change is immediate, like with the pandemic. Most societies still accepted the restrictions. And also if change is kind of slow enough, gradual enough, maybe we also don't really perceive it as change imposed on us. It becomes naturalized. So I think this kind of time window, which we are now dealing with, where, you know, it's like maybe 6 months up to 5 years, that's the tricky one, and where you easily get groups and communities into these kind of bargaining positions. It's perceived more as a maybe negotiation than this jointly owned process. So I'll finish off by saying also that you know, the theme of this conversation is working together, which I think is, of course, incredibly important, and I think we are trying that in many ways, also from science. But I think we also need to be realistic and realize that we see goal conflicts and we see conflicts between interests. So I think rather recognize that, be explicit, and develop and use good conflict resolution processes rather than sort of, you know, pretend it's all synergies and all good. So I think quite an honest conversation with the public is important at this point.
Thank you, and I think it's really, really good that you sort of name the time frame. It's not a short-term change like the start of the pandemic. It's also not a slow, gentle cultural sea change. It's the mid-term that's difficult, and we're in a decade of multiple overlapping crises, and that already caused a lot of negotiation and interest conflicts. So I wanted to ask you, Mr. Kärkkäinen, from the perspective of governmental practices and public finance, how do you see that this sort of a planned transformation in troubled times, what are the tools for supporting that in the middle of all of the other pressures that are placed on public finance at this time?
I think the main point is that the transition is planned. Because we know the urgency of the decision making, but the urgency can also lead to unoptimal policies, and that we have seen in the few crises that we have had. So we should avoid making large decisions while in a crisis if possible, because that can lead to unoptimal and blunt tools. We have seen this both in the pandemic and the energy crisis, where we have had to build new social security and taxation measures in a matter of weeks and not months or years that we would like to have. And when you have just weeks to build a new policy, you're bound to lead to blunt tools and unoptimal tools from the perspective of public finance, but also from the perspective of households as well. And one thing that I have been wondering about, looking at the energy crisis and how different governments have reacted to kind of surging electricity prices, is how hard is it to compensate fully to households and also have the change that we need? Because from the economic point of view and the ecologic point of view, we should just say electricity prices are surging, you should cut down consumption. But from the fairness point of view or the political point of view, that's not an option. But if we compensate it fully to all households, then we won't get the change that we need. And that's something that I think we're going to have to balance, is how much we can compensate from the household point of view, from the political point of view, but also how our public finances can achieve kind of the sustainability that we can afford to have these kind of compensation measures to households that are in dire need. So one thing that I kind of find is the main thing is we should now know what the next crisis is, so we can have measures that will fit to that. And of course we don't know what the next crisis is unless we know the root measures and the root causes, but we should kind of think of what kind of policies at the national level, at the municipality level, at the EU level, we should be now thinking about and building about, that we will be better equipped when the next crisis hits us.
So this is, I guess, we've also mentioned the word resilience here earlier, that we will not know what the next crisis is, but the system should somehow be equipped to deal with any possible kind of a crisis that is going to come next. Did anyone else here in the panel have anything to add to these points about negotiating sort of the political processes and needs and the ecological points of view, or shall we move on to the global economy? Because then my next question is to Professor Linnanen, because all of these issues are related to the structures of the global economic system. How is the economy equipped to deal with the systemic transformation?
Well, not so well. I think what has happened is that our economic system, in a way, it's been locked into growth dependence. I'm not taking a stance whether growth is bad or good, but we have such structures which have locked our system that we have to grow. And in a way, taking this managerial perspective, it's this kind of phrase, you manage what you measure, and if we measure GDP, and that has happened since the Second World War, the great acceleration of everything, acceleration of production, acceleration of consumption, information flows, material flows, monetary flows. So we got it because we measured amount of transactions, which is GDP, and it's exponential growth after growth, so we have had exponential curves also on the impact side. And somehow we've created this kind of machine, which it's a bit difficult to stop. But okay, then if we take an honest look of those elephants in the economic system, I don't know whether these are root causes, but I give you 3, and they are negotiable. I'm not quite sure about them, but that's what current science is indicating. So the first one is overconsumption. And we have to realize that, ordinary life in Europe is overconsumption. If you look from the ecological footprint point of view. So it's not just the luxury of the elite and all that kind of consumption. It's our ordinary structure is overconsumption. How to deal with that? I have no answer for that, but we have to start addressing it, that consumption is, we are allowed, there is a design principle that we are allowed to consume the amount we earn. And why should it be like that? So if we ask an honest question on that. Then the second clear problem is that the rules of distribution, which also mentioned there in the economic system, they tend to increase inequality in a current way. So it appears to be so that provision of capital is, given a higher value than provision of labor, or even more so provision of care, which is not seen in GDP calculations. So, and this is a mechanism which makes rich people richer and poor people poorer. So how to deal with this issue? It's how we distribute the wealth which we already have achieved. We don't have to grow, we have an amount of wealth already. And the third one is transparency, or actually the lack of transparency in the economic system. So we still accept the fact that, if there are large flows of money, we can hide them. We can hide ownership, and this is an accepted practice of today. Of course, we know that money laundering and those kind of issues have been taken, there have been more serious concerns and mechanisms for that, but still, if I would have a large sum of money, I could hide it. And I could use that for purposes which no one can trace back. So why we have designed and still accept such, and when it comes to just transition, this kind of transparency is crucial, and it's also relevant when we talk about money.
So we have these systemic barriers to transformation in the global economic system level. Johanna Kentala-Lehtonen, how does that sound to you, given the current political and economic situation and the pressure to use the tools you have in the Prime Minister's office? Are those real concerns to you, and if so, how can those be overcome in the mid-term time frame? No, sorry, that was an unfair question, but generally, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, firstly, I think these are very interesting to put these root causes in such a list and then think about what they actually mean. And I agree with the first one. That's also what I was kind of trying to put out, that we need the new definition of the good life is that we need to see that we don't need to consume this much, and it's not possible anymore. We're not living in an abundant world where everybody can have everything. But this is, of course, very difficult message politically. But at the same time, I also think that the values have been changing. And that there are a lot of people already thinking that consumption is not the goal of life. And I think this is just such a message that keeps on growing, and I think it will influence. The second one, the rules of distribution, is of course something that we have been battling for hundreds of years. It's a historical problem, and there is no easy solution. In like thinking of political realities, thinking of the situation of today, it's good to understand these root causes. It's good to bring them to light, but at the same time understand that it is difficult to react fast and to get enough political backing for the politicians to be able to make decisions that will change this fast. I would also like to come back to the idea of resilience and building the resilience to the new crisis. I think that what Olle said about the need to know the next crisis, to need to be prepared to plan the transformation is crucial, and is something that we really should be putting resources on. I think that one thing that can be done on the governmental level and is something to think about, for example, when the new government starts next spring, is how to divide the resources inside the ministries, for example, and how to find those places where we really need to put our attention on so that we are resilient when the new crises come and prepared for them.
Now, one of the questions that we also wanted to address in this panel was who should lead the process, which clearly maybe does not will not be one actor. But Miriam Boveda, I wanted to hear your thoughts on this. Who could lead these kinds of change processes so that they are fair and just, and they're perceived as fair and just?
What I think for that we need to come back to the basic principle that we have in cohesion policy, which is the partnership principle. So we have this key feature, and we have had this for decades. Of course, we are operating in the administrative and institutional framework of member states and regions. So we need to see how to best have this principle implemented, and what is the best governance structure possible to make this process most effective. And I was also thinking, what is partnership is not given to all the stakeholders. There is a learning process for being an effective partner. And what we make available in the framework of our funds also is support to stakeholders to also become effective partners, because, as we said before, time is an issue. And you need to learn how to negotiate what is the best for the collective best, no, for the collectivity. So this is why this support in capacity building for stakeholders is important. And of course, they have to do the best possible to make their voice heard, but in a good manner. And we, at the level of the European Commission, we also, of course, implement a partnership principle with a continuous dialogue with all stakeholders. And we are having a dialogue on just transition every 6 months. So I want to invite all of you to join presentially or online the next dialogue on just transition that we will have in the framework of the Just Transition platform on the 24th and 26th of October. And there we have the possibility to interact with all the stakeholders who are part of the Just Transition at the EU level. Last time round we had more than 1,000 participants, so this is a key moment where we can have this constructive dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, since we have many scientists in the room, I wanted to ask sort of where do you see, and this is kind of to all of you, but maybe I'll start with you, Dr. Persson. What are your thoughts? Where do you see a possibility for scientists to act in order to get data-based or knowledge-based decision-making into a good start and involved in those processes of dialogue and partnership? What can scientists do, and where should they start?
I think a lot is already being done by committed scientists, engaged scholars, science activists. It's also a term that we hear more and more. If I could wish, I would, wish us as a community, science, to maybe put aside for these next 5 years or so a little bit on the, academic, the emphasis on publications and sort of meeting those academic criteria and using the tools and skills, resources that we have to really serve the transformation. However, not to the point that, undermining our credibility, of course, as scientists. I think that this is a really important issue to not cross that line and still stick to, of course, the scientific method and validating that, but still being as applied as possible, I think. And I think there are 3 ways we can, 3 powerful tools. One is to convene dialogues. Sometimes it's more kind of less conflict-inducing to invite to a research workshop than a sort of meeting with policymakers. You can have a logic of joint learning rather than sort of, okay, are we starting to negotiate positions here? I think another way is, of course, to provide evidence, really quantitative evidence, which policy tools might work, what is the cost of inaction, etc., what are the benefits of action. This is really a tried and tested method, and what we find at our institute is that this is the type of information that decision makers really need. For example, we put out some numbers on global methane emission reductions that really helped countries to agree on this global methane pledge a year ago, when otherwise the climate negotiations were quite stuck. The third way is sort of the same point, but really evaluating policy instruments that are in use, and even more that's being done today. I was quite shocked when I learned that carbon pricing mechanisms have not really been so widely evaluated. One recent study did a synthesis, and there were quite few actually evaluations of actually implemented carbon pricing measures, and the finding was that they have not been as effective as perhaps assumed. So I think that's a really sort of hands-on important role for science to contribute to the evaluation and learning at this point in the transformation.
Those are really good 3 points. And Mr. Kärkkäinen, since you are then on the side of creating policy and wanting to you're a recipient of the science and shaping policy based on data. What do you see? Where do you want to see scientists coming in more strongly?
I hope that we're not the recipients. It's more dialogue, because that's what I think we need more. So active dialogue between policymakers and researchers in order to know what works and what not. But also I think that we need more doing and less talking. Because if we say that we need a completely new economic system in order to face these problems, my worry is that we will be stuck in discussing what kind of system we should have instead of using the policies that we currently have. So for example, if our problem is overconsumption, we have consumption taxation. So we can increase the price of consumption, which will lower the consumption. But if this is something that we would want, we should have political parties that actively say that we will want to increase the price of consumption, and no, we won't compensate it for you. But instead, at least in Finland, we are discussing on how we can compensate the current inflation to different households. And we are going to have our parliamentary elections next April, and I would be surprised if I see some political party suggesting that we should increase the price of consumption. Instead, I can see that we only be discussing on how to compensate current inflation, and that won't help if we want to decrease consumption.
And clearly, it's quite likely that we're heading into a long period where it's never going to be the perfect moment to increase taxation, to get industries to contribute more. It's going to be a difficult moment. Quickly, we're moving towards the end of this panel, but Professor Linnanen, do you have any comments on this?
Yes, I would like to take strategy perspective. Actually, what those strategies or house strategies basically answering question from point A to reach point B, so question how. So those three ways of acting are in a way symbiotic strategies. So you work together, science works together with policymakers in a symbiotic way, trying to influence the decision making. And this is clearly the dominant talk also here in this panel. But as we know that this is a large system level transformation, typically you cannot transform a system by incremental measures. You need, more powerful actions to make this kind of large-scale transformation to happen. Typically, there is little evidence that any this kind of large societal change starts from those in power. It's quite natural. So it inclines that the strategies are more radical, what we need in order to achieve this transformation. And I think it was also mentioned that scientists as activists are growing, and there is a clear explanation for that. It's a seek for more radical solutions and ways of acting. And we are seeing it also with youth movements, and if I take the most, so in a way, criticism of present system, seeking for alternatives, and even taking one step further, again, using these strategy lenses, I would say that even civil disobedience, we will see it more. It's clear. As long as the system is trying to work in a symbiotic and incremental way, we are not going to solve this, so we are going to see more, critical voices and more critical action during this critical decade.
And now, and thank you, and that was this was a thought that I didn't want to leave hanging without being voiced here, that the question of incremental measures versus more radical challenges to the status quo, it is naturally a big open question here. And then I will end with your thoughts on concrete points of action. What kinds of collaborative actions between different, it can be science policy, it can be science activist, it can be anything you think of, but what kinds of collaborative actions you would like to see happening in these next, say, 3 to 5 years? And maybe now we can just run through the panel. We'll start with you, Ms. Kertala-Lehtonen, and then move on from there.
Yeah, I think a lot of this has already brought up in this panel. So more dialogue, and especially what came from Ms. Papadopoulos, that we need to take all the different actors to the discussion, especially the youth.
Yeah, and please, and just a quick note. Let's keep this was perfect length. Let's keep these short so that everyone can get their coffee.
It's a hard question, but I pick up on what you said. We need to do more doing, less talking. So I really, very practical way, more secondments of scientists to ministries or municipalities to actually be in the room in the discussion, because we don't really have time to wait.
I would suggest having, after the next parliamentary elections, having a large discussion between the parliament and research and setting the goal at the parliamentary level, because our governmental term is 4 years and that's short time. So we need a kind of parliamentary set goal, and research need to help in setting that.
I think scientists have been alerting us for 50 years. This was recently the anniversary of the article published in the Nature on climate change. So I think we need to speak to people's brain, but also to people's heart. And I was attending an exhibition on the emergency of climate change, an art exhibition. So maybe it's a way of transforming the society through different fora and enlarging the circles. So I think we need to enlarge the circles to speak to people's heart and brain.
Yes, it's about acting and doing. We should start creating alternative ways of organizing today, not thinking what's going to be in future. We have to do it today. In a way, we might call it heterotopia, which is not somewhere distant future what we hope for, but we just start doing something which illustrates good life for all within planetary boundaries.
Thank you. Now I want to warmly thank all the panelists for your contributions. And clearly these are complex and critical questions, and we all know that the current political and economic landscape is not the easiest, but it also might present us with opportunities, as was said in the beginning. People do react when there is a crisis. And that means that some kind of a transformation is also not only possible, but also inevitable. We'll continue with these discussions during the next 2 days. Now it's time for a coffee break. And that's until 11 our time. So all of you are participating here in Paasitorni, please grab a cup of coffee or tea, have a nice chat. And after the coffee break, we'll continue with the parallel sessions. 3 interesting discussions taking place simultaneously. So at 11, please find the parallel session that you have registered for when you register for the event. And then for the audience online, we'll also have a break right now. You'll have time for a cup of coffee. The live stream will continue at 11 Finnish time, so in half an hour. And that the live stream will continue with one of the sessions. That's the sustainability of the use of natural resources, role of biodiversity offsetting. That's the parallel session that all of you online will be joining. Thank you so much. Have a great coffee break. And thank you again, panelists. Okay, hello all. Welcome to this breakout session on the role and design of biodiversity offsets as a part of a just sustainability transition. Again, my name is Hanna Nikkanen and I will be moderating this session, which starts with a presentation from Dr. Atte Moilanen, Research Director at the University of Helsinki. And from Dr. Moilanen's presentation, we will learn what a scientifically competent design of biodiversity offsets looks like. And after the presentation, we will then move on to a panel discussion with experts and stakeholders. As you can see, there are quite many of them today on stage. So we'll have representatives from the key ministries, interest organizations, academia, and the business community who will be invited to discuss how to join forces to tackle biodiversity loss. And is there scientifically competent design acceptable for all stakeholders, and what, if anything, should be further considered when talking about biodiversity offsets? Again, we will focus on how to engage the private sector, and among other things, we will touch upon the question of voluntary versus mandatory biodiversity offsetting. So that's what we have ahead of us for the next, what is it that we have? We have an hour and 45 minutes here before lunch. And now I'm honored to give the floor to Dr. Atte Moilanen. Please take the stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak here. So my presentation today has basically three components in it. I'm going to be speaking fairly quickly because there's limited time. I'll be talking about the design of biodiversity offsets and what the questions are that you need to be answering when you do the design. And I'll have some comments about how these things are treated in the Finnish legislation that is planned and the instructions how to use the legislation. And then I'll have a few words about offset registers. So going forward, so if you are designing biodiversity offsets, so offsets are that you have ecological damage by a project and you want to compensate it by doing restoration or protection or habitat maintenance elsewhere. So if you are planning offsets, you have 17 decisions or factors that you need to account for. And these factors divide between the three axes of ecological reality. Those are space, time, and biodiversity. What do you have, where, and when? And then you have the human component, which is your objectives and the actions that you can do to do the actual ecological compensation for the losses that come from your actions. And I'm going to first go through these five axes and say a few words about the questions that there are for each. So the first one is objectives, and objectives to a certain degree determine how much and what kind of offsets do you need to be doing. And the first question there is adherence to the mitigation hierarchy, where you first avoid damage completely, then you minimize it, and then you go on to restoration and offsets. And that's a difficult part internationally and in Finland, because there are no clear rules about how much do you need to avoid and minimize before you can go on to restoration and offsets. Another component on this axis is how big offsets do you want to do? You can go for the iconic no net loss, NNL, which means that you fully compensate everything, the damage that you've done, but also presently there's a push internationally that you go for what is called net positive impact, or NPI, where you actually do more. So say that you do 50% more, so you get 50% net positive impact. And then there's a third question, which is the interpretation of no net loss. And there's technical questions there about how do you incorporate uncertainty into your estimates. I'm not going to go into that. That's kind of technically involves business. The second axis where you have decisions is space. And the first one of these is the design area. How close can the offsets be to the ecological damage that has been caused? And usually it's said as close as possible, but that's very vague. And in Finland, the decision there is that we have in Finland in the order of 10 what are called forest vegetation zones, and the rule would be that you need to do the offset in the same or neighboring forest vegetation zone. Another decision on the space axis is what I've been calling the frame of reference, and that refers to the fact that what is rare and what is common, what is red listed or not, depends on whether you are thinking locally, regionally, nationally, at the level of the European Union, or maybe globally. So you need to be specific about what legislation and what rules are you actually thinking about when you are doing the design for the offsets. Then you have factors that are associated with time. The first major one of these is permanence, or the duration of the offset. There you have the question like, is it allowed that you do the compensation by, let's say, temporary habitat maintenance, you maintain meadows or something for 10 or 20 years, or do the offsets have to be like once-off permanent actions, like that you protect some area? And I'll say something more about that in a later slide. Two other questions that are technical but still quite important on the time axis are evaluation time frame and time discounting. And what these mean is that you actually need to be specific about that in which time interval do you want your gains to compensate for your losses. It's a different thing if you allow 1,000 years for your compensation to mature compared to if you need to get the balance in 10 years. So it's a technical but still important decision, and in Finland, in the present legislation, the recommendation is going to be 30 years, so that on average over 30 years, the gains would be compensating for the losses. Also time discounting, you do a 1.5% yearly time discounting, and the meaning of that is that delayed gains are not as valuable as immediate gains. That's a simple thing from economics. Do you want to lend all your money to somebody for 100 years without any interest rate? It's not really credible. So devaluing delayed gains is important. The third axis where you have questions to account for is biodiversity. This relates to the reference frame and legislation, and you need to think about that what factors do you want to be measuring. And in Finland, at present, the preference would probably be, in most cases, you are interested about structural habitat features that are determining how natural habitats are. So let's say, for example, dead wood in forests, which are substrate for a large fraction of the forest-dwelling species. That would be that kind of a factor. And the reason why we talk about that more is that there's about 8.7 million species in the world, and it's really hard if you need to be planning offsets individually per species. Then there's a question about what is called trading up. So this relates to that, how similar does the offset need to be to the losses? And trading up is the question that, can you change one type of a habitat for something that is different but somehow better from the perspective of conservation? And that would be, replacing one type of a forest with something which is like, say, a herb-rich forest, which is valuable for biodiversity. The third question is that, are there limits to what biodiversity can be offset? And in Finland, there's been a report by the Finnish Environment Institute where they've been classifying Finnish habitats to those that can be offset easily, those that can be offset by difficulty, and those that we don't really know how to offset right now. And it may be that damage and offsets will not be allowed for those habitats that are like red in this scale, that you just don't know how to replace them. It could be like a serpentine rock or something which you just cannot regenerate. The final axis of offset design is the actions that you'll be doing. So, okay, you get losses, you build a road, or you build a mine, or you build a new residential area, you lose some habitat, and that's where you get your losses. But the actions then are the things that generate you the ecological gains elsewhere: habitat restoration, protection, maintenance. And there's 6 questions here that need to be accounted for. The first is additionality. Are the actions new? So, for example, it's not allowed that an area that has been protected previously is named as an offset, because there's nothing new. Your new action doesn't give, there's no additional value. Then there's what is called avoided loss response, and that comes from the mechanism of habitat protection. When you protect an area, you reduce or remove the human pressures from that area, and that is called avoided loss. By reducing the pressures, you reduce the losses expected in that area in the future. And there's a response for that. Similarly, if you do habitat restoration, you expect a response where the habitat starts improving to a more natural direction, and that takes time, and there you have a response through time. Leakage is something which is directly associated with avoided loss or protection offsets. A concrete example is if you protect forest, there's a high usage pressure on forests in Finland. So you can protect a bit of forest, but the wood extraction pressure will move elsewhere and cause ecological damage elsewhere. So you need to reduce the gains that you calculate from protecting a particular bit of forest. The final thing here is monitoring and adaptive implementation of offsets. Now, here's just an example. I'm showing you how, what kind of, how in the estimation of gain, the actions and time work together. So the green area could be the condition of a forest which is protected at time 0. And so when you protect it, part of the pressures leak elsewhere, more wood is collected from elsewhere, you lose those gains, this is how much you have remaining. Then you account for the thing that the forest is not there only because of your offset. It was there before, and it would have been there at least for some time later as well. So you need to account for the rate at which the gains accumulate. Then you apply time discounting to those gains, you get something like this. Then you cut to your 30-year evaluation interval, and then you have a mean additional leakage corrected time discounted gain, which is rather less. So the realistic gain is much less than the apparent if you just look at what is there. All of that is not there because of what you did. Now, going forward, I have a few slides about complications in offsets and stuff. Offsets are not particularly easy. They are relatively complicated, as I showed you, 17 factors or decisions. You need a fairly high competence in their design and implementation, although of course you can standardize things so that you don't need to invent everything again for every case. There's a high number of species and habitats which have, for example, your actions have habitat-specific consequences, and you don't know those consequences for most habitats or species. And there's unavoidable subjective decisions. It's just a fact. I mean, what time interval are you using? What time discounting? So on. There's easy ways to fail offsets. I'm just going to say a few things about those. So one is a single species offset, that you only offset one species out of the entire ecology, and that's a special case of limited application scope. Lack of permanence is pretty much a fail, because if you have permanent losses but you have temporary gains, over the long run nature will always lose. That said, many countries do have temporary offsets. If you allow double counting, you know that an area that has been protected before can be named as an offset. That's a fail. If you ignore leakage in avoided loss offsets, like with the forests, that's a direct fail. And you could also confuse gross amount with net gain. I've seen examples of this, and that would be the thing on the, on the right over here. It's not the total amount of biodiversity in an area which is due to the offset, but there's a certain net gain only that you can count. And if you don't monitor implementation, and if you have no sanctions for failure, This has occurred in some countries. Nobody checks that the offsets were implemented. Nobody monitors them. There's no sanctions, you know, if they weren't done. This is a topic that I wanted to add, and it's related to the single species offsets. And I think it's very important that the ecology is also the common species. It's not only the red-listed species and habitats. And that's fundamentally because you have things like regional spatial population dynamics and food webs. The rare species that you have in certain areas, they are supported by the common biodiversity in that area and in the neighborhood. So if you lose a lot of common stuff, the endangered stuff will suffer as well. Also, if you ignore common things and every 10 years you evaluate what the population trends are, in something like 20 or 30 years you may realize that some of your common things have become rare. So it's not okay to only offset the red-listed things and ignore the common things, in my opinion. So just going to offset registers is something that's going to be implemented in Finland if the offsets go ahead. So they are still in the process of being, you know, the legislation has to be accepted in the parliament. Heini Kujala this year did a study where they published that they found 66 countries that had an offset register. 66 countries with offset legislation or offsets in use. 9 of them had an offset register. It was public only in 4 countries. So it's not really, you know, surprising that people are suspicious about offsets if the details of what was lost and gained are not made public. You can't really evaluate them post hoc. So in Finland, there's going to be a public transparent register that supports the administration, but also facilitates development and learning. You learn about the effects of the actions and you improve your designs iteratively over many years. Things you want to include there was that, you know, what was compensated, where, when, and how. Some details of the design and implementation process. You want to observe the implementation, and there might be also compensation areas that people are or businesses are offering as offsets there. But that will not be exclusive. Some stakeholders will be having their own marketplaces where they are offering areas for offsets. I'm going to be concluding with a slide where there's a schematic of how this stuff works together. And this is going to be left up here behind the panel. So going through this very quickly, an offset, you want to have your gains bigger than the no net loss or net positive impact requirement that you have. The requirement pretty much comes from your objectives. Now, the gains that you are getting, they are limited by the spatial area where you are allowed to be doing the offsets. Losses are measured. You have direct losses under a footprint and you have indirect losses in the neighborhood. Gains are always estimated. You have the reference frame, and that is inputting into the biodiversity measurement, trading up and limits. You know, what you care for, what you think is trading up, and what are things that you can't do. And the gains component here is a combination of the actions that you do and the time axis. Those together, some kind of a process, generate your estimation of gains. You cannot measure your gains because the gains happen in the future. You have to estimate or predict them. What you lose is known because you can measure it from the ground. And with that said, thank you, and we'll leave the rest to the panel.
And
maybe questions.
And there's because there's a few minutes time for a couple of questions, so that's why I wanted to ask Dr. Moilanen to stay here. So from the audience, what do you have to ask at this point before we invite the rest of the panelists? We have a mic there, so
Thank you. Thank you for an interesting presentation. I'm Rosa Lampela from Kauppalehti. I would like to ask how widely these are used by, for example, Finnish business, and then from the side of climate offset, we know that it is advisable to reduce always emissions instead of offsetting. So how effective it is doing this kind of work?
Okay, so offsets are kind of new in Finland. The first large offset projects are maybe ongoing, so there wouldn't be many cases that go beyond a single species offset. And the other question was, say again.
How does the offsetting compare to just reduction?
Yeah. So the thing is that usually it's much easier to avoid the losses than to do the compensation. Then if you do have a case where you just cannot avoid the losses, then you would go for the offsets. But in general, it would be cheaper and easier to just not do the damage. Yeah.
More questions?
Thank you very much. I'm Leif Schulman from the Finnish Environment Institute. I think it's maybe not a question, rather a comment, but I think it's extremely important that you emphasize not emphasizing the rare and endangered, red-listed elements of nature. I think both in our country and in many other countries, most other countries maybe, the emphasis is wrongly placed on those. Do you think we have any chance of reversing that?
I don't know really. I mean, it seems like if you have an environmental impact assessment, then if you only have common biodiversity there, then in principle you don't need to be doing anything. So it would require kind of a rather large change in the society that you would actually start actively also avoiding damage to common things. But maybe in the avoidance and minimization part, it's realistic to actually be avoiding all kinds of damage, including for the more common biodiversity. So this is more for the policy people, really. But thank you for supporting that point. I think it's quite important. I think it's one underlying reason why we are having a continued decline of the rare species in the world.
And I have one question here now. And you said earlier that you understand why there is a lot of criticism of offsets and a lot of distrust. And some people would say that this is bound to be an unsatisfactory tool. What do you say to that? Why is it important that we still strive for a scientifically sound definition of offsets?
Well, the reasons why offsets have failed globally is that, first of all, there's been botched design where the compensation areas have been just too small and you've been having temporary offsets. So there's multiple design reasons why offsets have failed. Well, we don't need to be replicating those design failures in Finland. I think we have a pretty good understanding of how not to do that. And also there's been these cases, I won't name the countries, but where businesses say that they will do an offset, then they don't do it. Nobody checks it out, and there's no penalties. I mean, that's an administrative failure. Who says that you need to allow that kind of a thing? So I reckon that if you are going for net positive impact offsets and you do the design properly and all that stuff, at least for individual projects, you can end up with a result which is much better than what you would be having without the offsets. But of course, the global biodiversity is under enormous pressure, so it's like that offsets alone are hardly going to be reversing the trends.
Thank you. And now I'm inviting, so please take a seat. I'll keep this to myself. And now I'm inviting all of our panelists. You're free to choose a chair. And welcome and thank you for being here. Okay, I'll move here. Now it's time for introductions. I'm going to ask all of you what your role in biodiversity offsetting is, or what your relationship to the issue, to the topic of the panel today is. And we'll start right here at my left. Marko Mäki-Hakola, you're the forest director at MTK, the Central Union of Agricultural Producers and Forest Owners. Welcome.
Thank you, that's true. Nice to be here. What's my role? I could say I have multiple roles. Of course, we represent forest owners. Almost all forest owners are members in my organization, and they are that people who are prepared and who have the possibility to provide ecological compensation. We are in MTK, my organization, we are also developing new tools for forest owners. For example, we launched last July the first version of naturevalues.fi. It's a marketplace. Hopefully it will be a marketplace for ecological compensation also in the future. So quite many ways how I'm involved.
Thank you. And next up we have Janne Peljo from, you're the leading expert or chief policy advisor at the Confederation of Finnish Industries, so EEAC in Finland. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks, and happy to be here. My role in terms of biodiversity is to try to help companies and trade associations to find ways to actually tackle biodiversity loss and incorporate going net positive in their own operations. In terms of how far we've already come, we can come back to that later, but I think it's fair to say that companies have just waken up to the issue of biodiversity loss, and now they're going full speed into finding ways to understand better what their impacts are and how to then mitigate them, and then comes offsets as well. But we are in the very first baby steps in terms of understanding the magnitude of the issue and how that will impact companies and how companies can actually take action to reduce their impact and go into positive. And that's basically, we are at least 5 or even 10, 15 years behind what's happening in terms of climate. So we need to fast track in this regard.
Thank you. And next up we have Ilona Lundström, who's head and chief director of Innovations and Business Financing Department at the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Yes, I'm Director General in charge of innovation policy, enterprise financing and industrial policy at the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and my role is threefold: in enhancing innovation and of course also financing research to seek for new technologies, new knowledge, new solutions into this theme. On the other hand, we are also enhancing green financing as a whole in Finland, and we have a lot of work in that field ongoing. And the third role, of course, is doing legislation and implementing this into current legislation.
And then we have 2 panelists / commentators. Professor Emeritus Markku Ollikainen, who's the chair of the Finnish Climate Change Panel, and we have Janne Kotiaho, chair of the Finnish Nature Panel, both professors.
Okay, I've been dealing with ecological compensation as an economist in my research, meaning that I've been analyzing how we could develop a compensation market based on these ecological approaches that Atte just presented to us, so that we would have a set of prices that will guide the choices by the companies when they make their investment decisions, when they make their practical choices, so that the price of spoiling the environment would be a principle in market, and that could guide the choices but the companies do.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I think that I have kind of 2 roles. My role as an academic, I'm a professor and researcher, is to kind of develop the tools and thinking of how to avoid the failures that Atte was talking about when we are actually dealing with biodiversity offsetting. And as an academic, I'm a colleague of Atte and supporting Atte in the work that he was just showing. Then, on the other hand, as a chair of the panel, I'm kind of working at the interface of science and policy. And here, I think that my role is to help the government to adopt the biodiversity offsetting in a way that it will be really competently done. And also the legislation, of course, this is going to be part of the Nature Protection Act in the new legislation, so we have been supporting that as well.
Exactly. And then we have one extra panelist who is Juhani Damski who's the Permanent State Secretary at the Ministry of the Environment. He could not join us live today, so he will be joining us remotely at one point in this panel, but we figured that it's still the simplest to have us who are here physically present having a conversation now here, then we'll invite Juhani Damski to join us a bit later. But now, so from Dr. Moilanen's presentation, we learned what kinds of key principles there are that impact what would a scientifically competent design of biodiversity offsets look like, and what all kinds of different aspects need to be taken into account, and what uncertainties there are. And the first question here that I have for the entire panel is that, do these principles, is it possible, like within all of these, within this framework, to have enough of an incentive for the private sector and landowners to participate? Can you name, are there like critical questions that might be a challenge, that might be difficult to address when biodiversity offsetting is like further adopted into practice? And now you're, yeah, you're free to answer.
We have lots of experience from voluntary systems. Not only concerning ecological compensations, we have experience from nutrient load trading systems in the United States and other countries, and this evidence is quite obvious. If everything is based on, relies on voluntary basis, this will not work. Usually it's only the pioneering or the most responsible companies that will take the compensations, and they are always under the risk of reputation, because somebody may say that this is greenwashing if there are no clear rules. But if we have mandatory, so the state requires every company to make compensations if they change ecosystems, then the companies need to demand for restoration projects, and that gives then landowners the possibility to bear the costs that are needed to restore the lands and supply them to the market. So this would raise up compensation as a mainstream thing.
And that's actually a topic that we will then like have more time to cover, the mandatory versus voluntary offsets question. But Marko Mäki-Hakala, you had a comment to this.
Yes, it was a nice presentation from Atte, and it shows the complexity what we have. There are things which are easier. There are things which are more difficult. I'm looking at this from the forest owner's perspective, and the additionality, for example, how much we need that, what's the place, how far away from the forest you may do the compensation, and so on. There are tools, but I think that we are not able to answer to your question yet. And I'm a little bit sad that we fully support the compensation in MTK, but I'm a little bit sad that we are already taking this to the legislation. We have, this gentleman knows it better, we have great process going on, we have great investigation going on, what kind of model we should have in Finland. We have piloting going on. And on the governmental program, it was written that we do the piloting first and then legislation. Now we're doing the legislation instead of okay, at the same time piloting. But I think that there are so many open questions that we need to decide what kind of model we are going to do. And it's a little bit strange also that we continue about the voluntary and mandatory compensation later, but it's a little bit strange that we start from the voluntary compensation, which could be marketplace based. old days, perhaps, there was not so much understanding that we need this kind of offsetting compensation models. But nowadays, I think that every company in Finland knows that we need to do more for the nature. And there is room for this.
Ilona Lundström, maybe you want to comment on the legislation versus piloting first.
Thank you. I'm a true believer in smart legislation, and it has its role also in kind of pushing forward the future we need. But legislation is a very, very, very simple tool, and we are now talking about extremely complex issue that we need to put in legislation, and that is not an easy job. And we need more answers also from the research society as a whole, a research community, how to do that in practice. Since I have to be very sincere, if we look at, for example, Mining Act in Finland, I have 3 experts writing that law in Finland as a whole. So they cannot be experts in every single field that they have to take into account when renewing the legislation. And there we need all the expertise that is in the field to make these solutions into a piece of legislation. And having said that, I think we have to talk about the global scale at the same time, since these issues are global. The companies are global, businesses are global, so the solutions also need to be global. We, of course, acknowledge that we need to take steps on national scale, but that is not enough if we are talking about the leakage problem. It is huge on global scale, and if we are saying that not in our backyard, it's happening somewhere else in the world, and these issues has to be tackled in a global scale. We need also some kind of global legislation, I think.
Janne Peljo, you had a comment.
Yeah. In terms of the voluntary versus mandatory or legislative measures, let's look at traffic, for example. If we have speed limits, if those were voluntary, I would make the assumption that most people wouldn't follow them despite their good kind of intentions. People just tend to be lazy or selfish, and that's how it goes. And that same applies to markets as general as well. The thing and the difficulty in terms of biodiversity offsetting, for example, is that we don't really yet fully know how to measure the speed of the vehicle. So it's very difficult to have a kind of robust speed limit legislation if you don't fully know how to measure the speed. And that's I think, the character of the issue we are currently having at hand. But when we look at the activities that our companies and trade associations in Finland have taken, many of them already have charted their pathways towards reaching no net loss and going towards or beyond that to net positive impacts. And what they are calling for is the robust frame on how to actually utilize offsets as part of their work. So they're fully committed to do that, but they want to do it right. And I 99.5% agree with what Atte said previously, but this is way too complicated for us to utilize in terms of kind of making the demand that all of our companies would have one person in charge of making offsets robust. So we need to have the marketplace to develop into that way, and at the end it will boil down to legislation. But acknowledging that we are not fully there yet, we need to find ways to fast-track the development already before going into the legislation. That's where piloting is important. Then I understand that in Finland we have this Metso program where voluntary activities have been supported by government funding. So those kind of activities could help us fast-track this development, because at the end we will need the legislation. It will need to be both in Finland and within the European Union and globally as well. But when we go into the legislation track, it needs to be robust.
But how about then if we're talking about a compensation marketplace that also Atte was talking about, having an official register for ecological compensation that would then ensure that certain criteria are fulfilled. Do you see that would be, and I guess this question I have is especially to you, Janne and Marko, this criteria would then be defined by the Finnish Nature Conservation Act. Is that a step towards that direction? Is that a good opportunity, or are there potential challenges to that?
That's exactly the step we are currently missing. That's what we need. We need to have a public and open and transparent register where you have these projects that have been measured against a robust criteria, and so that every company who wants to engage in offsetting can then go into and purchase credits that are true. So we don't want to go into the kind of fuss we've had with the first generation climate credits, that half of them were pretty much hot air. We don't want to repeat those mistakes here. So the first thing we need to have is a transparent and robust register where you can actually trust that what you buy has actually had a true impact.
Marko.
I think that we need to talk about two different things. The first is this compensation register, transparent, and so that's definitely something what we need. But then if we are building markets, my opinion is that if we want to have a fully working compensation market, it needs to be pulled between market players, not by government. It's the same thing. The Ministry of Health is not building Tinder. The Ministry of Forestry is not building a wood marketplace. The Ministry of Transport, they are not building a marketplace for use motor vehicles. And this is exactly the same thing. We need the marketplaces between market players, where to buy and sell the compensation, the offsetting. But we need it to be linked to this compensation register so that everybody knows what we are doing. So two different things. Please do not build a marketplace by government, but please do build this register, transparent and open.
Marko, do you have comments to that?
If I take a comparison to EU ETS, emissions trading, the government or the EU didn't try to develop any marketplace because it was created by the market. But what the government did, or the EU did, was it put a cap on emissions. And that cap was the thing that created then the trading, buyers and sellers, and this activity created then the marketplaces like EEAC and such. And in our case, timing is of course one thing that we need to think when we know enough, but it's enough for the government to require that ecological compensations must be made if you are kind of destroying habitat. And then this creates the demand. And then it's the market players then will find out what are the marketplaces. They will create, I'm sure there will be intermediary companies, those who have the expertise, who can do the calculations relating to the biodiversity values based on the criteria that just showed to us. Those have the possibility then to keep up prices or show up prices, which also the register should have. Absolutely, it should have prices, because we want to have the prices to guide the investment decisions that the companies make. So that will be created, and I agree with Marko that that's not the government job. But government job is to create the legislation. The thing is only when we do it. But currently, actually, we don't have. What we have on ecological compensation in this Nature Reservation Act is just as a kind of exception when we allow some harm to be done to the, let's say, to conservative areas. So that's not the idea of compensations at all.
Janne Kotiaho, you had a comment.
Yeah, maybe a couple of things. So this thing that we are taking it to the legislation right now, I think that this is very important that it's the time that we are doing it right now. What we are actually taking into the legislation is the rules of the game. And that's what we need, because the failures that Atte was showing are due to the fact that we don't have rules around the globe. So that's why we need to take them right now to the legislation, and they are there, which is really good. About the piloting phase, the piloting is not about the principles. We don't need to pilot the principles because we know the principles from the scientific research that we have completed. So the principles are there. They are not negotiable. They are, if you don't fulfill the principles, it's fail, like Atte was showing. So what needs to be perhaps piloted then is how do we adopt these things into the practice? So the practical work may need some piloting, but the principles don't need really piloting, and that's good that it's now going to be in the legislation as it is. And of course, the government is not building a marketplace, it's building the register and then hoping that all of the marketplaces will actually, through some service, put their offsets to the register and then sell them on their own various platforms that they will be forming.
I have two questions now. One of them is about principles, and the other one is then about putting them into practice. The criteria would include permanence of the offsets, and that will mean then, for example, that the site that is used to produce the offsets should be protected to make sure that they will remain protected for a longer time frame than otherwise could be guaranteed. Is that fine, for example, with landowners, with businesses? Marco, I'm looking at you.
I had to. Of course, it's all right if it's marketplace-based. Yeah. Marco told that this may provide possibilities for forest owners, for example, and that's true. Through compensatory markets, the forest owner may have other possibilities than selling roundwood or Metso program or something like that. And it may provide possibilities. If forest owner wants to build a permanent conservation area through compensation mechanism, that's, of course, it's all right. It's about price and negotiations, what kind of things we are doing. So, yeah.
And then another, or did you have a, yeah, Janne Peljo, go ahead.
Just very briefly, in terms of, from business perspective, the users of these offsets, I think it's mandatory. Kind of, if you have offsets in the marketplace that are kind of semi-offsets, like for the first, 10 years, 15 years, and so forth, it boils down with the kind of the failures that Atte already pointed out, that you make a permanent reduction in biodiversity, but then you offset it with semi-permanent. So it doesn't add up. So it has to be true and honest, and in that regard, it has to be permanent.
Then my second question is about price transparency. So offsets are being sold and bought on marketplaces in the future. Price transparency of these transactions, what's your view on that? Marco?
That's one reason why we are building this naturevalues.fi, luontoarvot.fi marketplace. We need to have a marketplace for nature values. We don't have that kind of mechanisms yet. And if I compare it to, for example, a roundwood market, we wouldn't have any roundwood market without price information, without the amount information. And the same thing is with nature values. If we want to have an open market, then we need also the price information. So we need that. Yeah.
If I continue, I think that's crucial. I think in a broader sense, offsets serve at least two kind of roles in the market. The first one is, of course, actually offsetting the damage done to nature, but the other one is providing a price for the damage. And then if you don't have that price information fully and transparently available, then it's not going to affect and impact the investment decisions that other players in the market are doing. So in that regard, if we go into some kind of an over-the-counter kind of secret priced offset trading, it will not serve one of the vital purposes of producing a price information signal to the market.
Did you have a comment?
If I may.
Okay, yeah, Marco, go ahead.
Just imagine about the companies that are doing investment. If they know the prices, the first thing is that they think that where do I locate this investment? If this is, let's say, a rural biotope, which will be very expensive. So I wouldn't take that because it's rare and it's expensive. So I find out a place where the price of the offset is low. Then I think the next thing, when I make this investment, how large land area I will kind of develop. So could I use or could I make the buildings or things, whatever I'm doing, in less land area? And then the third thing is that how do I build? How do I work? can I also kind of reduce those impacts? This is how the prices work for companies. And that may lead to some, when it comes to construction or infrastructure, that may even lead to some new innovations. And the other thing, if I look at from the point of view of landowners, restoration is also something that we don't know that much yet, even though the Forest Service has done it some time. But the forest landowners they need the price to think that how do I do this restoration, and then what is the best way of doing it so that I get lots of credits out of this for the given price. That also is one source of innovations then in the restoration business. So I think that it's very, very important that it's transparent. And it's awful that we have now the decision that the register does not have the prices. I can't understand why that has been chosen as the approach, given that this is the whole thing. You just compare this to the carbon price. For instance, the price of the EU emission allowance price that guides nowadays innovations, research and development, and actual production.
And judging from here, there's also no opposition, at least based on this panel that we can find. Now, I had comments asked by Ilona Lundström and Marko Mäki-Hakola. And then we'll move on to the next topic.
Yes, a small comment regarding the mitigation hierarchy that you just excellently explained. It is part of current planning already in this kind of project, and it is a part of current legislation as well. So we do have this kind of thinking, but we don't have the pricing. From my point of view, one part of developing legislation, one very important part is that it is technology neutral, so that the legislation that we need doesn't kind of rule out any future solutions that could help us in tackling the issue, and at the same time we give the actual freedom for innovation at the same time. And third component is that when I look at the financial markets today, I think green financing is also going to steer towards this kind of solutions very fast. So there's pressure coming from other sides of the society at the same time, and this is only a good thing. If we look at the investments made that are going to be made in the future, I think also how to get financing for those investments is very much up to the fact that how can you plan, how can you mitigate, how can you avoid the loss in, for example, biodiversity at the same time. It comes from the private sector as well.
Yes, I had a little bit same comment that Ilona about this, for example, this sustainable financing, that we are going into that direction, that the market will build a place for nature values. What government and authorities should do is to make the ground for the markets. We have been trying to build, for example, trying to build nature values trading for forest owners quite a long time ago already. It was the time when we were piloting a Metso program. There were good ideas to build this kind of nature values trading system, but because of legislation, it wasn't possible to build that kind of system, which is openly marketing and open pricing and so on. Now we have the possibility to do that, and I don't say please trust the market on here. We all indicators are leading that way, that markets are ready to build some kind of place for nature values. This permanency, how permanent these areas, for example, should be, it's a difficult question. The climate is changing and nature is constantly changing. It may be forest fires and so. What about that? It should be permanent, of course, but we can't influence everything what's happening. So I would do this piloting, this criterion combined with the real life, and then do the legislation. Not yet. Of course, we have good information what kind of criteria there should be behind compensation, but are they really applicable at the real life? Then please do not rush. It's a good thing.
I can see that Janne Kotiho might have comments to this, but I do want to move us on to our next theme. There will be time for more comments later. But talking about the objectives, which is what Atte Moilanen started his presentation with, we heard about the concepts of no net loss and net positive impact to clarify those concepts. So no net loss means that the overall damage that is caused for nature is no greater than the improvements accomplished with ecosystem restoration and protection. And then, of course, here we also have questions about unexpected consequences, forest fires, so on, which makes it difficult to anyways have an exact to make an exact prognosis of what is going to happen in a certain area. But net positive impact then means that the improvements that we accomplish are greater than the damage that we cause. Now, in global biodiversity frameworks, developed by the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, and as well as in the EU the biodiversity strategy, we see that the commonly agreed targets are moving from no net loss towards net positive impact. That has been happening for some time now. So in biodiversity offsetting, and this is a question to all panelists, what is the ambition level that you consider feasible and enough at this point, and why? Are we all looking at net positive impact, or do you have? Do you want to add something to that?
Well, yeah, kind of when looking at the roadmaps that some of our industries already have done, they tend to find out that's the only solution in the long term to go net positive impact. Mm-hmm. So no net loss is only halfway, and then going beyond that is the end goal. I would like to look at the science guys here, kind of about the feasibility, if that's truly possible in a sense, and whether that's even enough, and how fast that should happen. Because when looking at the different roadmaps, the net positive impacts, they are gained maybe in 2040s, 2050s, and looking at the global data in terms of the kind of speed of loss of biodiversity, I don't see how that matches up, so that's definitely an issue, but I'm not sure if our infrastructure and knowledge and kind of the potential to go beyond no net loss is already in such a good shape that we could say that for example industry X goes net positive by 2025. I just don't see that quite realistic as of now.
And that's actually a very good point. I'll hang on to that. But Marko Mäki-Hakala, you had a comment here.
Yes, you had a very difficult question.
Sorry, it was a very long one.
Yeah, but I think this net positivity describes very well what forest owners are doing on their daily life. How many of you are forest owners? Few? So I suppose you are multi-objective forest owners. You at the same time you are producing roundwood. Perhaps you are producing nature values, energy, recreation values, and so on. And those are exactly the same things what society wants. If we ask from government what they want to have from our forest, they exactly the same things what forest owners are providing, and they combine the same things at all forests actually. So that some kind of net positive on larger scale, and that's one of our problems, that we are not looking at the larger scale. We are mostly talking about biodiversity. At the same time, we need to talk also about economy, climate, and so on. And perhaps we should discuss more about the English term, the general optimal. Instead of course, we need to have these net positive impacts. But is it the same thing that the general optimal? If we want to have at the same time forest to providing all these benefits, if we need to choose in this forest, for example, we want to maximize biodiversity, but we are losing growth, for example, and that may lead that we are supporting fossil society instead of biocircular society. Then if forest owner, for example, or business is not able to act profitability, then they don't have the capacity to invest to greener technology, to fossil-free value chains and so on. So perhaps we should discuss more about which is the optimal solution. Perhaps it's the same than net positivity. I don't know. If you know, please tell.
Okay, Ilona Lundskog.
Now, unfortunately, in this theme, I have no final answers. I have only some opinions and maybe good guesses, but nothing further than that. Of course, if I look at the R&D and I financing point of view, almost everything we finance by government is reaching towards net positive impact as a whole. So it's a policy that has been implemented for a very long time. It's a governmental target that, for example, our export industry as a whole could help out to build a handprint in the world, not only be able to measure the footprint, but actually build a handprint to provide solutions. But then at the same time, when I look at the current global situation, we have a war in Europe. Everything is about geopolitics. And if I look at, for example, at the need for minerals to tackle climate change, and if we want to have the future of, for example, e-mobility as a whole, the need for minerals is huge. And when we look at, I think the discussion previously was excellent, but if we look at where the mines are located, how much we need of them for the future we are striving for, I think there's a lot of talks we need to have still to balance out the futures and how to make it sustainable for the whole world. The whole Belt and Road Initiative from China is about geopolitics, it's about minerals, it's about gaining the materials of the future. And I think that has to be also taken into account. We are talking very much in Europe about strategic autonomy at this point, and in Finland about for example, reserving our own needs for emergency supply. So these kind of policy issues have to be taken into account as well.
Markku Ollikainen.
I leave Janne the last word. But let's say two different dimensions. But let me come first to biodiversity. So ecological compensations are one tool among the whole set of biodiversity conservation decisions. Very much depends on what is the level of strict preservation, what is a state of voluntary metso type of solution, and many others. So the question, and then the question whether no net loss versus net benefit, net positive impact is also quantitative. So is it just like slightly above no net loss, or what does it mean? So we need to look at everything when it comes to biodiversity as a whole. But if you take, let's say, the safety margin approach, of course it would be more than no net loss, just given all the uncertainties that we have. When it comes to the broader issues, that then relates how much we should allocate resources to biodiversity conservation versus others. I would be quite cautious of saying that biodiversity conservation would destroy our possibilities. Biodiversity conservation requires lots of innovations. It provides lots of benefits that benefit our industries otherwise, and that increases our competitiveness. So when it comes to fossil fuels, there is no kind of choice between biodiversity or reduction of fossil fuels. We have the technologies, and they are coming from other sources than wood. They are coming from energy solutions, hydrogen solutions, and those will help us out of fossil fossil economy. And the same thing comes to the materials. Actually, if we shift, the green transition means that we reduce the use of natural resources, non-renewable natural resources, to 1/5 of the current one. This was, you may check out Hang et al. 2020. But I agree that, okay, there may be some critical materials, critical minerals that we should take into account. But placing biodiversity in this whole picture does not give any reason to reduce our efforts to biodiversity conservation.
Okay, so I'm just like to wrap up a few things that have been said before I give the floor to Janne Kotiaho. The question was whether net positive impact is a feasible goal. And in fact, something that Janne Peljo said is very important for me as a journalist, because I need to be also evaluating these. For example, if a company makes a pledge to be net positive impact by 2025, do we have the tools? Do we have the knowledge to evaluate that promise, that pledge? What are those tools? What is needed for that kind of a pledge to be concrete and real and transparent? And then, so that is a feasibility question. And then, of course, is there a risk that the ambitious biodiversity goals would then step on the toes of some other goal, critical materials, energy transition, so on? So Janne Kotiaho, to wrap up this part of our conversation, what are your views on this question of feasibility of NPI?
So this comes to the question of scale. So at the project scale, it is already doable. It has been done in Finland, or the calculations have been done in Finland, and partly also the offsetting has already been done in Finland in a large scale in one project. So at the project level, it is definitely feasible. But then we touched upon the mandatory and voluntary issue. And the question is that, can this ever be enough if it's not mandatory for every single project that damages the nature? And my answer to that is that no, it will not be. Because voluntarily, everybody is not going to offset everything that they cause. Okay, then we can actually come back to the global issue as well, that this is now, we are talking about within Finland legislation. But of course, we can show to the world that look, this is how this should be dealt with, and if you follow these principles, then you can succeed at the project level. And then, of course, it needs to be scaled up to the nation level. And even if we meet this kind of net positive impact at a project level, it is quite far that we will meet it at the national level. And there, I think that we need to have the mandatory aspect of this thing. But maybe, like, if we are serious about stopping biodiversity loss, like we have been saying this convention after convention after convention, and now is maybe the third or fourth time when we say that, okay, from 10 years on, we have stopped the biodiversity loss. Yes, now we are really going to do it. So biodiversity offsetting, like Marco was saying here, it's one tool to actually help to reach that goal, but it is one tool that we must have because we are not stopping development. We are not stopping development, and therefore there is no other option but take up mandatory biodiversity offsetting. Otherwise, we are not going to stop biodiversity loss.
And that is actually the next theme that we're going to discuss, is the voluntary versus mandatory offsetting. And this is where I'd like to invite Juhani Damski, who is Permanent State Secretary from the Ministry of the Environment. He's going to join us here on the screen. Do we have Juhani Damski online? Perfect. This is now our first question about this is which one does the Ministry of the Environment want to promote and why? Why? Mandatory or voluntary biodiversity offsetting?
Thank you. I guess you hear me?
We need just a moment. We're just turning up the volume so that everyone can hear you.
Very good. And perhaps you can even see me.
We are about to see you. I can see you on a tiny screen. We just like, okay.
Are we ready? No?
Okay. Yes, go ahead. So mandatory and voluntary biodiversity offsetting. Which one does the Ministry of the Environment want to promote and why?
Thank you. Thank you very much for, first of all, having me here. I'm Juhani, and as was said from the Ministry of Environment, I was able to follow some of the discussions already, and I'm very sorry and sad that I couldn't join you with all your panelists and all the experts that you have there present right now. Unfortunately, I had a corona, so I needed to separate me with the others, so that's the reason why I'm here. I think that the essential question, I think that you probably have already discussed this, is the in the ecological offsetting is whether it's voluntary or obligatory, is how to ensure that the losses are offset to full extent. And I think that this was just discussed in the previous section. And as was already also, I heard that was already stated that in Finland we have now a new Nature Conservation Act, and that has been recently submitted to the Parliament. And this proposal is based on the concept of voluntary offsetting. And but then again, in this new act, ecological offsetting has been addressed by the inclusion of strict requirements in the act itself. And this means that these requirements must be taken in relation to time, space, and ecological equivalence. And you can perhaps say that we aim to create a standard now here in Finland based on good practices and especially based on the solid science. So I don't go into details of these requirements, but I would like to point out really and underline perhaps that offset activities do not allow easier derogations from the new Nature Conservation Act. This is one part of it. So voluntary or obligatory suffered from credibility challenges quite a lot recently. And sometimes we even talk about greenwashing, and this is something that we need to avoid. And here again, I think that in order to fight this greenwashing, the role of science is really crucial, and role of science in terms of delivering indicators that can be used is also very important. And in addition to this, let me also say that that setting strict requirements, we also want to ensure, firstly, that those requirements are met, and secondly, that anyone can really pursue the credibility of approved offsets. The first, of course, which is about the use of them should be achieved through certification by environmental authority, and the second, that anybody can be able to do so, should be done through an open registry or of approved offsets. The system so needs to be reliable and credible, and it also needs to be simple and easy to use. I've also heard there were discussion about no net loss and all those principles. One principle here is, of course, that is very important, is this do no significant harm principle as a statement, especially for how the green transition itself has been defined. I perhaps have to admit that Finland is not a front runner in the ecological offsetting, rather the opposite perhaps. However, I think that this has been this has given us a possibility and advantage to actually learn from the best so far, and the recent submittal of the Nature Conservation Act to the Parliament is really a good step in my mind. But then again, I know that the world has changed quite rapidly recently, and not only during the last months, but also during the last couple of years. And we see a lot of interest in corporate environmental responsibility section here, and accelerated green transition is one of the words that we've been using quite much recently. And as perhaps more a personal note, but it's going to be very interesting to see how these things evolve besides what we do in the public sector, or how we do our legislative work. So the question was whether it should be voluntary or obligatory. Well, in our case, our decision makers, they chose the voluntary compensation mechanism in the new Nature Conservation Act. And I feel that the new Nature Conservation Act is a big step forward, and really big step also for all of us to set up the next goals, to put it this way. So now we have the criteria and legislation articles designed, and hopefully we get them out from the Parliament soon. And this is, of course, a very good base for the future work. Let me also use this opportunity to thank the organizers for this possibility to give my statement. And I also would like to especially thank Janne Kotia and Atte Moilanen for their help in the preparation of the new Nature Conservation Act, as well as all of you. I know that most of you have been somehow involved in the work. But let me underline one thing more before I stop here, and this is the role of science. I think that especially here, the role of science is very important, and I would like to encourage all of you to keep up the good work and keep doing the scientific background that we all need for the legislation, for example, work. Thank you very much for the possibility.
Thank you, Juhani Damski. And I have one brief follow-up question for you, because this was just a topic that came up in the conversation here when we're talking about an open registry for biodiversity offsets, which was very strongly supported here on stage, and the issue of price transparency came up. So what I gathered here is that from the landowner's point of view, from a business's point of view, having price transparency would help the market function. Do you see that could become a part of the offset registry in some point in the future, and when?
Yes, I think first of all we have to move on in order to find all these matters, as was explained here very nicely. I think that we need to be, as being said, the simplicity of the system is something that we need to achieve, but also we need to learn as we go on. And this is very important that especially we talk to each other all the time and take part of the progress itself. We will see how it will end up, but I think that again I remain on this legislative level by just saying that I think that after we get it out from the Parliament, we have a playing field ready for us, and we really start to find out whether that sort of question is how important it finally will be, and how to get forward with that. We need to develop the system together. That's my point, basically.
Okay, thank you very much, Juhani Damski. And now I'm going to kind of direct this question to our entire panel. What do you think that are the strengths and weaknesses of voluntary offsetting, which is what we're talking about now at the current state in Finnish legislation?
Shall I start?
Go ahead, please.
Our opinion has been quite clear all the time. First, we need to decide if our market taking care of this, and also we need to do the piloting. What kind of model is suitable in Finland, and after that we are ready to decide what kind of, is it mandatory or voluntary mechanism. For us, it has been quite clear that there is no idea to have voluntary mechanisms on the Nature Conservation Act, because markets are, it's something what market players are dealing with. So if I need to choose, it's mandatory. It should be mandatory, because there we need some legislation and so hard to understand why we start from voluntary. but the main thing is that first piloting, doing the preparation work, and then decisions. I need to comment these pricing mechanisms. I wouldn't put directly these prices to this register. For example, in forestry, forest owners, they are making, in English, the harvesting announcement to forestry center when they are doing something. And then the statistics, prices, and so they are collected by market players and published by Luke, for example. So I think that we need to discuss what is the wisest way.
Janne Pelje.
Yeah, when talking about the kind of advantages of voluntary compensation in practice, without going into the current nature protection law, I think the key advantage is, of course, that it enables us to move faster. It enables us to do individual projects with forward kind of looking companies who are forerunners in this field, and that enables us to collect the information of their kind of successes and also on their failures, and then learn from that in terms of developing the market as a whole. But I think that's the end of the benefits in terms of voluntary compensation. Then when we actually come to the structure of our system, of course, at the end, the only end goal should be that it's mandatory and it's part of the legislation as it should be. So voluntary can help us move faster, but then when we want to have everyone on board, then it has to be part of the legislation or legislation as a whole.
Did you have a question, a comment? Ilona?
Well, yes, I can put the legislative hat in my head now and comment from that point of view. First of all the puzzle pieces are needed and all the legislation has to kind of fit in together. But one part of the good practices in legislation is to see how it works about 3 years, then make an assessment and then make the needed corrections or whatever is needed. And I think the current situation and also the public discussion is usually that this is not enough or this was too much. But from our point of view, we need some time to get the feedback, how it works to do the proper assessment and then do the kind of refitting or whatever needs to be done.
I have a question for the audience. I understand that you all should have red and green sheets of paper, because this is a vote. So assuming that biodiversity offsetting will be a part of the sustainability transition toolbox in the near future, what do you think? Would you prefer it to be voluntary or mandatory? So vote green, hold up a green paper for voluntary, red paper for mandatory. But I did also want to add a third option, which is that if you don't believe in biodiversity offsets being an important or like a necessary part of the toolbox at all, then simply raise your hand, no paper. So green, voluntary, red, mandatory, no paper, no offsetting. Okay, and we have Sanna documenting the results. Very good. So we, so basically, so now we have data. So that was quite a vast majority for red mandatory, but we also saw green papers, and I did not see any no offsetting hands. But there was one. There was also a vote for no. So thank you for that. Now, Professor Ollikainen, I wanted to hear, this is a field that you know very well, so I'd like to hear, what do we need to know about the state of voluntary offsetting right now? What scale can be reached with voluntary offset? Or basically, where are we right now with voluntary offsets?
If I make a comparison between the mandatory programs that we have in the world and the voluntary programs that we have in the world, the difference can be given in this way. For mandatory programs, we have quite strict rules. For mandatory programs, we have much higher demand for offsets than in the voluntary. In voluntary markets, we have vague rules that can be kind of modified by the traders. And when it comes to the turnover, in mandatory programs, the turnover is 3 times higher than in those voluntary markets, meaning that the price system that we have for companies to guide their choices and landowners to guide their restoration efforts is much kind of larger, and it gives much more kind of instructions and incentives. It kind of empowers more the actors than in the voluntary markets. In voluntary markets, we also have always reputation risk, because if the trading rules, somebody sort of uses loose trading rules, that can be accused then for the others who have done it well. So in that sense, to my mind, all papers, and actually I heard a large presentation in OECD on this matter, all they point out that at least from the economic point of view, monetary market performs much better.
Thank you. Now, the introduction of mandatory offsets would require support from various kinds of stakeholders, and we've heard it's been mentioned many times that it needs to be made simple, it needs to be made approachable. We cannot assume that all sizes of companies, all kinds of companies will have someone interpreting the rules. That needs to somehow be supported by different kinds of actors. So what do you see as your organization's role in navigating this situation, and why is that? And shall we do again, like just starting from Marco, we'll just run through the panel.
Nice to be sitting with you, next to you. Actually, I told my organization's position. We want to have the piloting, we want to have the proof, and then we want to have the decisions. We are seeing that there are possibilities for our members, for forest owners, through mandatory and through voluntary. And when we are talking about compensation or offsetting, we of course need to draw a line to somewhere. And when we talk about this, mostly we talk about land use change, not about, for example, forestry. Forestry, for example, is not causing forest loss, because we are always replanting and so on. So we see there are possibilities, but we don't know enough yet. We need the science. We have the great experts through panels, but we also need to have more forestry experts, forest science, forest management science, when we talk about the offsetting and building the right tools. And luckily we are also discussing that perhaps there is a new scientific panel in future which is more discussing about forestry as a whole. That's extra what you are doing excellent work.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I'll steal a few seconds, we had a poll, or actually a Gallup, to our members in early summer. We asked how they feel about biodiversity, how they see biodiversity in their own companies, and 83% of the respondents, they said that the importance of biodiversity will be increasing in the future. 55% of the respondents already said that it's very important or somewhat important in their current business operations. But then when we go down to the details, how many of them had set any specific targets related to biodiversity? 43%, and how many actually measured if they had achieved those targets? Only 13%. So that's how it goes currently within our member companies. They see it's a very important topic. They want to engage, they want to do the right thing, but they don't yet know how to actually and deliver on that. But when they were asked about why they're interested in biodiversity, what are the key stakeholders that they want to please with engaging on this topic, customers was number one. Customer is king in this regard as well. So the customer demand for responsibility also in terms of the nature as a whole is becoming more and more prevalent. So I'm cautiously optimistic that market behavior will drive us towards companies looking for solutions to also be or take biodiversity more into account. And that's where we will be needing a robust framework for biodiversity offsets. It will be also only one part of the toolbox, of course, but we need to have the robust framework for companies to utilize that. And of course, in terms of us as representatives of companies here in Finland, what we are going to do is to keep up the discussion on how do we fast track and make the robust framework available for companies as soon as possible. And in that regard, we want to have the kind of the standards and the frame as presented by Atte in the beginning. To be utilized in Finland as part of our structure. That's number one priority, and then of course we have to educate and help our companies to take advantage of the tools already available.
Was that the first time you asked your members that question?
Yes.
So then, of course, like this is just wild speculation, but one thing that I'm really interested in here is also kind of the temporal aspect, that speculating that if you had asked your members or the Finnish industries this 10 or 20 years ago, I imagine that the answers would have also been quite different.
Yeah, that's what I would think. Kind of biodiversity has taken the corporate field by a storm over the past, say, 24 months, and it's going to be that way. So it's not going to fade down from the agenda. It's going up only. So that's what we're currently seeing, and my finger is of course on the pulse of Finnish companies, but they operate in the global markets, and we see the same trend in those markets as well.
Okay, very brief comment from Marko.
We have also been asking our members, forest owners, what they think about biodiversity. It changed very much about 15 years ago. Before that, the forest conservation was based on legislation, and there was no wilderness. But after the Metsä program came to Finland, after that, forest owners they have guts to be proud what kind of nature values they have in their forest. So it's daily life, and it's thanks to this new kind of tools and wilderness.
That's a very good data point. Ilona, what is your ministry's role in helping everyone navigate this field?
Well, as I can go back where I started. Our role is threefold. And of course, continuing to finance the innovation is one of the biggest ones. Working with green financing is something we need to do, and steer also that financing towards market failures, and share the risk of investments that need to take place. But a third one is, well, I go back to the beginning of this current governmental program and implementation of that. We built together as a public-private partnership the carbon neutrality roadmaps with all the industries in Finland, and I think the time was right for that, and it was quite a success since it builds also a visibility into the investment roadmaps that we need to make in Finland, and that has steered quite a lot our RRF financing, the kind of implementing the European resilience roadmap as a whole. So from my point of view, I think from the industry policy point of view, my question would be that should we be building together as a PPP model the biodiversity roadmaps with different industries, and see where that leads us to take the step further into real planning, what this means for different industries.
Okay, we're coming close to the end of this panel. I had one more question, and then I hope to end with remarks from Marko and Janne. And this is kind of a new topic that we haven't touched before in this panel, but mandatory ecological damage fees, or luontohaittamaksu in Finnish, that's sometimes also presented as an alternative for mandatory offsetting. And I'm sorry I have to ask for fairly brief answers here, but what do you think about mandatory fees? Would they be a good option or even a better option compared to mandatory ecological compensation? And if you have already in mind a way that a mandatory fee, money collected from these fees should be used, should it be earmarked for something, then please elaborate on that as well. And now we can come from the other direction, so that Marko doesn't have to go first every time.
Maybe I start. briefly revisiting what we were just talking, and I think that there's two things that we didn't yet say, is that, well, Marco almost said that mandatory markets drive, or mandatoriness will drive the market. So that's why there is more demand also for the landowners when we make it, if we make it mandatory. And also what it does is that then it is an incentive to actually avoid the damage. So we actually get the first steps of the mitigation hierarchy on the table better. I think that I made my kind of position clear earlier about this obligatory versus mandatory, but I was wanting to touch upon what Juhani Damski said, because he said that we chose the voluntary. There was an element in the Conservation Act developed that was mandatory, but it was very narrowly built into the law. It was built on those situations where we allow damage of the already protected areas. And that was removed from the legislation in the political negotiations. It may be that it was actually fortunate that it was taken out, because it was so narrow. Now we have the rules of the game going into the legislation, but we don't take kind of stand on whether it's obligatory or voluntary. It's left open. So the mandatoriness is actually staying on the table because it was not put in a very narrow place in the legislation. And that leaves a bigger window or even a door open for future to maybe start building on that we start putting the mandatory business in the legislation as well. Then maybe one thing about the investors thing. There is this thing called carbon risk that investors and banks are already using when they are making their decisions to give loan or invest in something. And there are investment banks and other kinds of banks already toying with the idea that there should be a similar thing called nature risk. And I know that they are already building the tools to do that. So it is coming. It will definitely be there as well. Land use change versus ecological damage fee, because Marco said earlier about this land use change. I would say that mandatory offsetting would be a good tool. If we can't make it, then we need such fees for those who damage the environment. I would not maybe take the land use change, because there we have this man-made categorization of what we categorize as land use change. If we talk about ecological damage fee, then whatever damage you do, you pay a fee. In the land use change, you have to first categorize, okay, what counts as change? Like Marco said, when we cut the forest, we don't lose the forest because it grows back, but the ecology is damaged. So there should be a fee even in those circumstances.
Okay, I don't see the ecological damage fee as an instrument that should replace ecological compensations. There's nothing in the fee that guarantees that we can achieve this net positive impact. You can just compare this to, for instance, emissions trading versus emission tax. Emissions trading put a cap on emissions, while the tax does not do it unless it's by accident be set at the right level and there is no economic growth, there is no inflation and some other things. So to me, ecological compensation is a mandatory thing and absolutely necessary part of our biodiversity conservation tools. If we need to use in some other areas, then kind of ecological damage fee, we can think of that, but it will not replace, in my thinking, ecological compensation.
Okay, and then Ilona Lundström, your views.
There's more money in the world right now than ever. And I think there will be players who are able to finance all the fees. And I think that is something that we should also take into account. The bad guys are going to do it anyhow.
In very short, I'm following on the lines of Marco's thinking. It's inevitable that we need to have a price on the damage on nature or the land use change fee or ecological damage fee or whatever to call it actually. But then we need to find the tools that are the most cost efficient and give us the most bang for the buck, so to speak. That we are, despite that Ilona said that there's more money than ever, we are still in the world of limited resources, so we should utilize them right. And I would be quite cautious to go into favoring in one specific policy measure without actually knowing the current impacts. But that's not the typical lobbyist argument that, okay, we don't know everything, so we shouldn't do nothing. I fully support that we should move ahead, but we should really understand the impacts better and try to find the best tools.
Marko.
Yes, thank you. Forest owners are doing more and more every day. They are providing more mezzo forests than the government has money to buy. They are doing more and more forest nature management things through certification, for example. And if we have also this voluntary market-based for ecological compensation model, then I think that we are achieving a lot. Quite a many, if not all, indicators providing evidence how the biodiversity is developing. They are going to the right direction. Is it enough yet? No, not yet, but we are doing more. What we are worried about is that we are also losing forest, not only in Finland but also in other countries, and it's not because of forestry. It's because of infrastructure. It's because of construction and so on. And that's the reason why MTK in our climate program we proposed this kind of land use change fee. It was a surprise to quite many that we are proposing this. It was because of climate. If this new land use would it would be, for example, a parking lot. No climate benefit in the future. Not at all. Then the fee should be higher. But if there are some climate benefits through carbon binding, for example, to fields, then the fee should be lower. So yes to fee.
Thank you. And I would like to thank all of our panelists for your contributions to this discussion. We have come to the end of this panel and to the time of the lunch break. So we will move on to lunch. The program will continue at 2 p.m. here with the keynote session, which is called Europe's Global Responsibility in Combating Climate Change. And that's also when the stream will continue. So again, thank you for the audience and thank you all of our fantastic panelists. Okay, welcome back. I hope you had a nice lunch. In this keynote session this afternoon, we will look at Europe's climate responsibilities beyond its geographical boundaries. So how do we rid ourselves of fossil fuel dependence, and how to globally prepare for the impacts of climate change. We will start with a keynote presentation from Tim Gould, the Chief Energy Economist at the International Energy Agency. And after that, we will discuss with MEP Sirpa Pietikäinen, who will be joining us remotely and, from Brussels, and Laszlo Borbeli from the Romanian Prime Minister's office. And this session is organized by the Finnish Climate Change Panel, which is an independent scientific advisory body consisting of 15 experts, representing a broad range of scientific fields and universities and research institutions. Again, our hashtags for social media are EEAC30 and Critical Decade, and you can also tag the Climate Change Panel's handle, which is Ilmastopaneeli1. And without further ado, Tim Gould will be joining us remotely. Welcome, Tim. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I'm sorry I can't be with you in Helsinki, but congratulations on the anniversary, and thanks very much to the Finnish Climate Change Panel for the invitation to join today's event. I'm going to share my screen and talk you through some thoughts on the topic, which I think is an incredibly strategic one, because of course what happens with global emissions depends in part on what happens in the European Union, and I think European leadership here is extraordinarily important. But you have to bear in mind that Europe is only some 7.5% of global CO2 emissions. So that global perspective on the challenges that lie ahead is really important, particularly since we are facing what we are calling at the IEA the world's first global energy crisis. And the impacts of that will be felt for years to come. That's naturally enough a huge test for Europe, and you could see that also in President van der Leyen's address to the European Parliament this morning. This promises to be a tough winter, a real test of European unity and solidarity. And I think we could expect that Russia would be looking for opportunities to put pressure on European decision makers and pressure on European consumers. And as Finland knows very well, an instrument for that is natural gas. For many months now, we've been urging quick action measures to reduce Europe's reliance on natural gas. Within a week of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we published a 10-point plan of measures to reduce reliance on Russian natural gas. And I commend the measures that Finland has taken with the diversification. But let's also have in mind, it's a global crisis. Climate crisis is a global crisis. This is affecting all countries. So at the IEA, we are particularly concerned about the destabilizing effects of high energy prices in the many parts of the developing world where people can least afford it. And it's not only an energy crisis. I mean, we are very aware of the overlapping food security issues and increasingly visible impacts of climate change. So let's have in mind also that in our view, over the last year and a half, some 100 million people worldwide have lost the ability to pay for essential electricity services, and around 250 million people have lost the capacity to cook with clean cooking fuels. So they fall back into reliance on firewood and other unsustainable uses of solid biomass then for cooking. You're looking at a slide which highlights this incredible volatility that we've had in gas markets. And it started prior to the crisis. Some of that is related to also Gazprom's strategic behavior in the run-up to last winter. But we have been facing incredibly high prices for gas. And I think Europe's done a very creditable job in getting its gas storage filled up in the way it has. But just to underline, there's really no room for complacency here. This could be difficult. Europe needs that European consumers get through this winter heating season. So we are in a very perilous situation, both in Europe and globally, and it could get more difficult before it starts to get better. And one of the worrying things that we observe when we look at the international picture is this one. We read a lot about the coming end of coal, but let's be aware that we have seen a stable, high level of coal consumption worldwide if you look at the global numbers for the last 10 years. And indeed, the nature of today's crisis is encouraging even greater short
Okay, once we get Tim back online, I'm going to tell him to jump back a couple of minutes so that we don't miss what he's been saying right now. And also, sorry about this, there's another layer of uncertainty in this session, which is that Sirpa Pietikäinen, who will be joining us remotely from Brussels, she's been caught up in a vote that's been postponed. So we also don't know yet if she will show up on time for the panel. So I'm just asking for everyone to have a bit of patience with this. There's always one session that gets all the technical issues and scheduling issues, and we're right at that session now, just hoping to get Tim Gould back online. And for those of you who might be joining remotely right now, so we're at the session called, let me see, now is that, okay.
Computer there for location, if that helps.
Okay.
Sometimes it is a hardware problem.
Now we're online.
Okay.
Can we get Tim back on our screen?
So I'll just...
Tim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. And sorry for that. We completely lost our internet connection here. So
okay.
we missed about, you disappeared from us about 5 minutes ago. Can you more or less, you were at the extreme gas price volatility slide.
Okay, well, look, my message there was that at the we don't agree with those who argue that today's crisis is necessarily a big setback for climate action. We do believe that this could really be a historic turning point towards a more sustainable system. But certain things have to happen in order for us to achieve those objectives. And I think there, from a European Union perspective, it's really not just about what Europe does at home. It's also about the international partnerships and relationships that that Europe has. And what I wanted to emphasize here, if you can see the screen again, is quite the nature of that global challenge to bring global CO2 emissions down to net zero by the middle of this century. So before the Paris Agreement, this was roughly how the situation looked from our perspective. We have come a long way since then, because of technologies have become much cheaper, and then policies have been put in place to bring those into the system. And there's that virtuous circle of deployment and cost reductions that allowed us to get to a situation now where, in our view, our baseline is for a flattening of emissions out to 2050. But we have to be aware, stabilization of global emissions at a high level, of course, is not commensurate at all with the stabilization in global average temperatures. And that's why there was such pressure in the run-up to the COP26 meeting in Glasgow for countries to up their game. And if you believe what governments say, and that you think that they will achieve their net zero pledges in full and on time, then we do have this historic parting of the ways coming over the next couple of decades between continued growth in the global economy, a flattening in global energy demand, but then that reduction in global energy-related CO2 emissions. But those pledges, encouraging though they are still not enough to get us to what would be required for a net zero by 2050 and a stabilization of global average temperatures at around 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. And in order to illustrate the nature of the challenge to get there, I didn't want to talk about energy or emissions necessarily, but I wanted to look where the money's going. So where are companies and governments to some degree choosing to put their money? And we track a lot of that. I mean, obviously consumers have a big role here, their choice of EVs and retrofits and heat pumps and so on. And we try and encompass all of that in our view on global energy investment. And if we take everything into account, then after the slump in 2020, there was a rebound in 2021, and there's a further 8% rise in our view in energy investment in 2022 to reach around 2.4 trillion. That's against this backdrop of this crisis. The main boost is coming from the power sector, mainly in renewables and grids, and from efficiency. However, we do need to be aware that around half of the increase that we are seeing this year in capital spending is being eaten up by higher costs. Costs are rising because of multiple supply chain pressures. You see that really in all parts of the energy sector, including the costs of some clean technologies where cement, steel, and also some critical minerals are more expensive than they were. And that's something of a brake on the willingness of companies to spend despite the strong price signals. But if we just look at in a sense, the clean portion of this, then, and you can see the components of that on the right side of the screen, we are encouraged by the fact that finally we're spending more on energy transitions than we were. Because back in 2019, 2020, we were in a situation where for 5 years after the conclusion of the Paris Agreement, we really hadn't seen that uptick in clean energy investment that we needed. Now, each dollar goes further, or each euro goes further as costs come down, but we also need to see a very big expansion in the volume of spending in order to get us on track for Paris. And The encouraging signs are in electric vehicle markets, where you've really seen an extraordinary growth in recent years, and that's true in China. But the sales numbers in Europe are very encouraging as well for electric mobility. In the case of the power sector, renewables, grids and storage, they now account for more than 80% of total power sector investment. And there's signs of life also in some of the smaller categories that we track, notably batteries, low emissions hydrogen is getting a boost, not just from climate concerns, but also from the energy security concerns and the need to diversify away from Russia in the first instance, but also from natural gas in general. But one key caveat to this generally upbeat messages is the fact that there are major regional variations in clean energy investment trends. And I think this is key to our discussion today about the risk of new dividing lines emerging in energy and climate. Because
Okay, and I think we're back now.
Yes, we're back. So sorry again, Tim, and please do go on.
Well, thank you very much. And I cut a couple of slides from the presentation and wanted to just illustrate a few key points that I think are really important for this discussion. And I'm not sure if you picked up from this slide, but what we're very worried about is the risk of new dividing lines on energy and climate, because all of the increase that has come in clean energy investment since the conclusion of the Paris Agreement has come from advanced economies.
Second.
Well, maybe.
Okay, now we're back.
Yes, you're back. Sorry about this.
Hi again.
Let's wait for confirmation from Hanna. Can we just check?
Yes.
Hanna is our moderator.
I'm here.
Okay, great.
We can hear you, so please do go on.
So thanks. There's a lot of hopes within Europe and elsewhere about the rise of sustainable finance. What you're looking at on the screen is the sustainable debt issuance, which has really mushroomed in recent years, although is likely, in our view, to pull back somewhat in 2022. But again, we have a mismatch. The vast majority of that sustainable finance is concentrated in advanced economies. There needs to be much more done to build bridges between that sustainable finance movement and the needs of emerging and developing economies. One other thing that we are looking at very closely in the consideration of the transformation of the energy sector is investment in critical minerals. Because in our view, this is sometimes been underappreciated as an issue, and it's an area which we're now looking at very closely. And the reason why it's important is because a surge in input prices over the last year has been a really major factor in pushing up the costs of some clean energy technologies. And those market tensions have been exacerbated to a degree by Russia's increasing isolation. So Russia's a leading producer of battery-grade nickel, cobalt, palladium, aluminium, and so on. But here, I mean, we've got huge revenues coming in to energy producers of all sorts, fossil fuel producers included. But in this case, these revenues are really being plowed back into investment in exploration, investment in new production facilities. And it's this was also part of President van der Leyen's speech earlier today. But I think it's really important that Europe thinks strategically also about its clean energy supply chains, because we need to ensure that we don't swap one energy security vulnerability for another. Today, of course, gas is in our minds, but tomorrow, I mean, it could be another component also of our clean energy picture. So as we press ahead with immediate and massive expansion of clean energy technologies, let's make sure that we're also working on the security, resilience, and sustainability of these new supply chains, and really emphasizing the importance there of diversity. Today's clean energy technology supply chains are relatively concentrated. That's true for cobalt, it's true for lithium, and the example on the screen is the high degree of concentration that we have at the moment for solar PV, for manufacturing into China. And a lot of that's due to Chinese industrial innovation policy support. And we've all benefited from that because that's helped to drive the cost reductions that have now made solar PV, some of the cheapest electricity generation in history. But it also means that, China's share of global solar panel manufacturing now exceeds 80%. And for some key elements of the process, including polysilicon and wafers, that could rise to more than 95% in the coming years. So we really need to have a strategic think about the implications of this degree of geographical concentration, and that we, as we remove historic dependencies, that we create resilient supply chains for the future. My final slide tries to link the spending on energy today with our future needs. So if we just look at clean energy and infrastructure, we've had a significant uptick since the conclusion of the Paris Agreement, but bear in mind there are some regional disparities there that we need to be worried about. But we need to see a much larger increase over the remainder of this decade to put us in line, first of all, for the climate pledges that governments have made. But we need to see an even larger increase if we're going to get on track for that 1.5 degree stabilization. So there's an enormous amount to do in order to increase those flows of capital to the demand side, to efficiency, to electrification, to all sorts of more efficient end uses, but also then the clean energy supply that we need. And if we look in a way on the other side of the ledger, so how much money is going into fossil fuels? That's come down since 2015. And if we hit those climate pledges, and especially if we get on track for a 1.5 degree stabilization, it would need to come down some more. But I think there is a very important point to be made on investment here. Something needs to change for us to get out of today's multiple crises. So this energy crisis, the climate crisis. From the perspective of the IEA, the key answer lies on the left-hand side of the screen here. We need to be spending a lot more time, not just on how we accelerate those investment flows within Europe, but how we can work with different partners around the world to bring more affordable and clean technologies into a wide range of energy systems. So those are the lasting solutions that can move us forward in these difficult times. And I think that's where I would leave it. Also very glad to hear reactions from our very distinguished panel, and I look forward to the chance to contribute to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Tim, for your presentation. Now, Tim Gould will stay online, which we sincerely hope will be unproblematic and smooth. And since we will also be inviting a member of European Parliament, Sirpa Pietikäinen, to join us also online. And then Mr. Laszlo Borbély will join me here on the stage. Welcome.
Thank you. This is Sirpa Pietikäinen from European Parliament. I'm still
Welcome,
voting.
Sirpa. We can see you.
Yes, I'm still voting the red directive. So could you please change the order of speakers, the commentaries? I will be free in about 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you. I'm online listening to you.
Absolutely. So my first questions will be to you, Mr. Borbély. Welcome. Thank you for being here with us. Do you have any comments on Tim Gould's presentation on the energy transformation?
Can I enter online or physical? It's okay that I am here. That's why I don't like very much online meetings. So thank you very much, and I am very honored to be here, and I am very honored that I am here and to listen Tim Gould. It's a very important speech of him, and he shows us the reality, yes? But if we are speaking about, because I have to confess to you, I was for 26 years politician. Yes, in different my capacities. And after that, I switch off. I am in the Prime Minister's office in charge from 5 years to implement Agenda 2030. And it's a wonderful job, I have to tell you. But if we are speaking about a crucial year in the decade between 2010 and 2020, it was 2015, yes? With 4 very important summits for humanity, yes? It was like, you know, all the stars, with Sendai, with Addis Abeba, Agenda 2030, and the Paris Agreement. What we have done from 2015, not enough. Not enough, just to say diplomatically. And why? Because of the political willingness, in my opinion. Because of some time of miss of more leaders and leadership which not are visionaries, but they are able to put in place. And of course in the politics, I know you have to make compromises, but you have to think which are, you know, the lessons and how we will be able to manage this issue also of climate change and others. In my memories in 2011, we had big debates. On that time I was Minister for Environment of Romania. And it was a big debate with Connie Hedegaard and others to accept Poland and us and other countries to accept 30% of cutting emissions. 30. Now we are fit for 55. We are fit or not, European Union? We are fit or not? We have war, yes? Everybody are making, and you see very clear pictures from team. It's very clear what we have to do, but we have war. And each day we have to reconsider some of our visions and some of our policies. That's why, in my opinion, it's very important, first, to have a vision. Second, to have an interinstitutional framework in each country regarding sustainability. And that's why from 5 years ago, we established this department, and now I have to say with proudness that we have this interinstitutional framework. It depends in this moment, because we are ready, data for sustainability to measure and to say to the politicians, you have to do this, regarding finance, regarding other approach, regarding our financial background from European Union. We have consultative council, of course. We have the relationship with the civil society, and we have, I suppose, that a good strategy and a good action plan until 2030. We received a big award of United Nations last year, the only country from Europe, regarding our efficiency to implement Agenda 2030 and innovative tools. But it's not enough. We need the politicians, we need those who will be able to join us. Regarding Romania, we have a reasonable mix of different energies, and we are not depending on others. But regarding fossil energy, yes, not just, we are very ambitious. We assume that we will close all the fossil, heat generators in 2032. Poland in 2042, and also Germany not in the 30s. So there are different interests, different approaches, and we have to put together, but we have to be solidarious. Without solidarity is not existing, in this moment, which is a tragedy, which is, for those who are looking around, and it's in each day we spoke about 20 people, 100 people, 200 people, 500 people, just on the headlines, on the I don't know how many, in the 5th or 6th place. It's horrible. Just one life. If we are losing, it's horrible. And we are looking to Syria, we are looking Afghanistan and others. So it's not just about us, about here in Europe, it's about global speaking. So I wanted just to make an overview on what we are doing and maybe to think about. And just one final comment. We had a Romanian researcher in the 70s, Nicolae Georgescu-Rângan. He left in United States, and he was the first and recognized by other researchers. He speaks about bioeconomy in 72. He speaks about planified recession. We have to assume the planified recession, because if we are looking about our natural resources, our limits, and our growth, okay, we assume for 2 years, and if we can explain to the population, of course, and to us, it's possible. He was a visionary in 72. So we have no invent, some new theories. We have very clear the research base and scientific base, and that's why it's very important EEAC and also ESD, and I am vice president of this, to look and to put a mirror to politicians and to the leaders. Okay, I was also politicians, so that's why I am telling you.
Thank you, and I think it's a very important point that the thinking on the transformation is not new, and there's a lot of understanding already from decades ago on transformations in society, on different needs for breaking away from fossil fuels, and also we have the technical solutions available, for example, to get rid of coal in the energy mix. So Tim Gould, I wanted to ask you, what do you think what we need to make the breakaway from coal to happen? If the barriers are not technological, then what are they?
It's an excellent question, and I think it's important up front to look where coal is being used today as a starting point for an answer. So back in 2000, around 50% of global coal use was in advanced economies, 50% in emerging and developing economies. Now it's 80% in emerging and developing economies. And most of that, but not all of it, is in the power sector. So there's still a large amount used in industry where the technical options to move away from coal may not be quite as obvious as they are in power. But in power, there's a very clear case on cost, on environmental grounds, to move away from coal. So why isn't it happening? I think one of the things that we need to understand is that whereas in Europe and in North America, the coal fleet is quite old. So the average age of a coal-fired plant in Europe is over 40 years. So these plants are reaching the end of their life. Whereas in many emerging economies, this is a new fleet of coal. These are still teenagers in terms of their years. I mean, the average age is 14 or 15 years. And these have owners who have an interest in keeping them operating many times. And in some cases, they're shielded from competition because they have power purchase agreements, or because it's just not a competitive energy market where the benefits of investing in renewables are visible. So you need to have quite a strategic approach. It's policy that's also going to help to push coal out of the system here. And if policymakers are going to take those steps, they need confidence that they are not going to do so at the expense of electricity security. They need confidence that it's also possible to manage the social implications of change. And that's why there are lots of creative ideas and some quite holistic thinking about what packages of support and collaboration can you put together with countries around the world, whether that's South Africa or Indonesia or Vietnam or some other places. And these are now being called just energy transition partnerships. And I think it's reasons to be hopeful that if you can package together, not just shutting down the coal, but building up the alternatives, and also then managing the social implications, that you can put together things that make economic sense, as well as, of course, contributing to good environmental outcomes, improving public health, and so on.
And as we mentioned earlier, today has been the day of the State of the Union address of Ursula von der Leyen in Brussels, where clearly the energy crisis was a big issue. It colored the day a lot, and from her speech, you kind of tell that the hope for Europe's ability to manage the social implications of this transformation would come from the sense of crisis that we're in currently, and the solidarity with Ukraine, and this understanding that this is now a special moment. And hello and welcome. Sirpa Pietikäinen has joined us from Brussels, and we're very, very happy to have you here. And I hope you're ready to kind of jump directly in, because I have a question for you. Brilliant. So we've been talking about the social implications of breaking away from fossil fuels, and from the things that are needed other than technological capacity, but the political will, the institutions, the data that is needed to make an energy transformation. But how could the EU show the way in eliminating oil in this day and age and the current political and economic situation?
Thank you very much, and thank you very excellent introduction what you had for our discussion. It indeed helps. And to jump in directly on the deep end, that is your question, let me just underline a couple of points. That is my understanding about the crisis and what the EU can do. Firstly, this is a paradigm change that I guess all of us know very clearly. But the problem is that in paradigm change, there's always a lot of resistance on those areas, on politics, on economy, that do not yet see the need, the urgency, or the possibilities of the change. That's why I usually call it the Copernican change. Why did the church resisted Galileo Galilei and Copernicus and put them on arrest at home and sanctions by the church, just because they just invented that the planets circulate a bit differently on the sky than what was previously thought. It is just this kind of a mental blockage, and I think it is very important to see that it is this kind of a mental blockage that is preventing us the most, not the technical issues. And that's why I find it so important that the organizations like the international energy associations, like the WTOs, like the researchers, speak and intervene and lay that new picture. Well, what we could do, firstly, sometimes I thank Putin for the Ukrainian, not the war, but the crisis and the situation with the fossils, because that actually forces EU to look eye on eye the energy paradigm change that we have known for ages needs to happen. And still our gas dependency, especially in Germany, has grown over the years and not the vice versa. So we would need to actually step up the Repower EU initiative that I didn't hear so clearly in the Ursula von der Leyen speech that I would have hoped, because this is the short period over 1 or 2 years that we need to warm up ourselves and re-energize whatever we can and whatever we get. This is quite clearly. And we need to support those people that are the poorest and are unable to support their lives. But what is the first priority so that we wouldn't be in the same situation next year and the year after? Is to put all the next generation funds the deep renovation funds, the just transition funds. We do have over 1,000 billion funds in the EU that we sort of set on market after the COVID-19 to do three things. Firstly, deep renovate European buildings because they are 40% of the energy consumption. And not only to be energy efficient on the best available standard, but also energy positive always when possible, and this is in over 80% of the buildings. And so you turn 40% of the energy consumption actually to be energy production. And this is the biggest step. And according to science, this is something that we could do easily within 5 years, and if in urgency and with all efforts, a bit more than in 3 years. And then it is just the sort of the mental setting of the member states not to start doing this, but worrying only and concentrating how much gas we have for the next winter. Of course, we need to take care of that, but you would need to be able to chew and walk at the same time. And this is not what we are doing. We are just chewing and not walking, and that's my sort of fear that leads to situation that we are reliving the same crisis year after year. To have very sobering comments from our partners. Okay, then what we can do other ones. Well, we already heard about the green finance. I'm a great believer in sustainable finance, and let's see what the IFRS can do in this field, knowing that they are preparing their standards. Hopefully they get it better than the taxonomy is doing in the EU, because that gears the investment. And hopefully in the IFRS, and I know that on this by the Stability Board, and on other legislation on EU and globally, we are looking not only what is green, but what is significant harm. So we can have the double effect, the money running away from those companies and businesses. This is not always the oil company, for example, because that oil company can be strongly in transition. But if they are not doing anything else except going the business as usual, they are not only an environmental risk, they are serious financial stability and business risk, and that's why the values should be downgraded and the risk ratios upgraded, and this all has impact on lending costs and share value and so on. So this is the thing that I'm greatest in belief. Second, and that is a worldwide discussion, but on EU as well, erase the subsidies for fossil fuels, because that is total craziness. We are trying to get rid of them, and at the same time we are using hefty sums, more than globally we are using for health and social costs to subsidize the fossil fuels. And this is actually the paradigm now in the EU when actually we are trying to subsidize all the consumers with direct social subsidies. Where does it go? To the energy companies. And in the worst case, directly to the Russia and Putin and to fund the war, like it has been the case. So please put the money only on those families that are in acute situations, and the rest for this investment on renewables and energy efficiency renovations. And longer run, you can get happy people earning from the energy solar panels on their houses instead of paying very expensive energy bills. So this seems to be a no-brainer as well. Well, very briefly, and this goes to social as well, but sort of speeding up the transition, it is the question how you can use the Eco-Design Directive to expand the CO2 footprint also, and to qualify a bit like in the CBAM on the border mechanism to have certain maximum limits on CO2 emissions that are embedded in the goods. the minimum requirements on energy efficiency in the Eco-Design Directive also. And this is a long story, but you know that the EU has worked quite a lot in the circular economy, and that is in the crux on energy consumption, because most of the energy is consumed when producing goods, and then if it is one night t-shirt or very poor quality mobile phone that is thrown away, actually that is part of the energy waste that we are doing. And then last but not least, it is the trade agreements that we should be much more aware and demanding on other environmental aspects as well, like the biodiversity and the circular economy, but certainly the climate change and the efforts of the respective countries. Money we have for the development and development cooperation, but without these sort of supportive actions on legislation and international convention side, we can't get adequate results.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Ms. Pietikäinen. And I want to now sort of direct the next question to you, Mr. Borbeli, from the Romanian Prime Minister's office. We're talking about a paradigm change, and a paradigm change that clearly has, that creates interest conflicts and will always have to deal with opposition. But in the Balkan context, what political and other barriers do you identify in reducing fossil fuel dependence?
You know, in this moment, in my opinion, we are linked to each other. So, of course, in Balkans, there are some countries who are members of European Union, some candidates countries, so the situation is different. But basically, we need to change a paradigm, because since 2008, yes, it was the recession, the economic recession, when on that time we talk about liberal economy without any intervention of the state. After that, we realized that the state has to intervene in some cases. Yes? Okay. Second, the pandemic. And we were very fragile, I have to say, against pandemic. It was incredible, a state like Italy and others who crashed in a couple of weeks. So, and third, the war. So we have to decide on European level, on global level. It's more difficult, but on European level, of course, the Balkan countries, they want to become members of European Union, and they will be near us. How the state will intervene, like as the, you know, the maximization of the price of energy and others, but to intervene on the base of the citizens' rights and the citizens' behavior to have a better life. That's why it's important to, because Romania now, we have twice more money than we're supposed to have in this. So how we will spend the money? We have to, tomorrow I will be, because we have the, we finalized the strategy for circular economy, and we will have a technical meeting with European Union. Without approval of European Union, Romania cannot finalize the circular economy. It's good or not? It's good. But if it's good, let's be partners, yes? And of course, each country for the European Union has his own interest. You see some reactions from Hungary, from other countries, but we need, I am Hungarian from Romania, okay, but we need more solidarity. And let me give you a gift for me. It's a Rubik cube, excuse me. Rubik, a Hungarian guy, since 78, and this is the 17 SDGs. It's like our life. Now I make like this, Please, in 1 minute, please do it. So it's like in our life. Each piece, if we have no in its place, each piece will be more difficult. Also for us, for our countries, and for Europe, and globally speaking.
And you know that now that I'm going to start solving this, you're going to have to moderate this session.
And I have also sustainable tie.
But again, let's move on. We still have to look at the global context, which, as you said, is not any easier than the EU context. Tim Gould, one quick question: what would be needed to get China and India to cut short the use of fossil fuels in their economic development?
Well, I think these are clearly the big questions. I think we need to differentiate a little bit between China and India in this respect. And because China's invested in industrialization. I mean, it's a huge producer of cement and steel and all of these goods that have gone into its infrastructure. And so the task for China is to decarbonize a system that it's built up over the last couple of decades. The task for India is really to try and chart a new low emissions model of development. And if India succeeds, that'll be hugely important also for many other developing economies that are going down the same road. Because, in India's case, just look at the rise in the urban population that's expected over the next couple of decades. I mean, that's another 13 or 14 Mumbais over the next 15 years. And that's huge demand for building materials, for steel, for aluminium, for all sorts of things. It's not just about cleaning up India's power sector, although that's incredibly important. But it's also thinking again about can we find a new model of low emissions urbanization, including urban design, and all of the different components of that. So we need to think quite broadly about that. And again, that's an area where we will need partnerships. We'll need technology partnerships. We'll need some financing arrangements because, there is still a cost gap for some of these sectors. And that cost gap we need to fill with policy and with money in order that India and other developing economies can come down that road. And then in the case of China, I mean, China does have some quite ambitious goals of its own. It is continuing to invest in coal. That's absolutely true. But let's not ignore the fact that the amount of money that's going into to clean energy investment also in China. I mean, it is the largest deployer of wind, onshore, offshore, solar, hydro, nuclear. There's all sorts of scope there for productive partnerships with China, even in today's complicated geopolitical environment.
Now, since we're kind of getting very close to the end of our panel and we still have one very important topic to discuss, and again, I want to thank everyone, both here in the room and online following the stream, and our panelists for patience with the technical difficulties that we had earlier. So I'm going to have to skip a lot of very important questions that I had to ask, but I wanted a very, very brief response from all of you, and this is now going to be more like name one thing or two things that come to mind. The one theme that I still wanted to cover is adaptation. And as was mentioned by you earlier, there was a talk of 2015 being a crucial year because of everything that happened in that year. But in a different sense, this year has also been named as a crucial year. We're seeing floods, we're seeing drought. Romania has also experienced its share of the European drought. And there's talk about this making adaptation a different kind of a priority. There's been a focus on mitigation for a long time. Do you see, after this year, adaptation becoming a more concrete, more important priority? And what does that mean concretely in European politics? Do you want to go first, Mr. Borbeli?
Thank you, very short. It's a crucial year. Of course, we don't know about the war, so we can adapt us, but we cannot adapt to not thinking about the war. But basically for Romania, it's a crucial year. Why? Now we started to spend the money from the recovery plan in a new basis. We have to report all the infrastructure and other investments, all the measures, not just regarding infrastructure, but macroeconomic measures. So it's good for Romania because you know, Grigore Antipa said in 1940 that in Romania it's a genius disorder. Yes, it's a genius disorder. So we have to put in order our issues. And that's why we have now the capacity regarding sustainable development to have data, to have expertise. We will have a center of excellence in Romania established. We have, for the first time in a European country, expert in sustainable development. We will have more than 2,000 experts trained until 2026. We started now. So we need to educate people. We need to have a very clear answer to the society. To the young people, of course, and we have I don't know how many initiatives in this field, and to change our behavior, and not to say somebody that you have to make like this to make shower 2 person or 3 person. Yes, there are some proposals, 2 person or 3 person, and demographically probably will be okay. So by ourselves, we have to make some decisions.
Sirpa Pietikäinen, where do you see adaptation going from this year on?
Well, sorry to conclude being so cynical and pessimistic. But on my opinion, then when you really get the political support and the actions on mitigation and adaptation, it's way too late. It is actually way too late now. And if you think that the economic costs of the climate change is at least tenfold could be higher than the COVID-19 costs in later 2030s, none of these actions are going to save us, our economies and our societies. And while we still, and this is the optimistic part, while we still have the time, I would urge to put all the political, economic, business and private and public efforts on prevention and on tackling with the energy issues. Still, yes, there's going to be the adaptation, but I'm afraid that if you just sort of turn on this stage, then you misprioritize your actions, and anyway, the scale is going to be already now after a couple of years or decades so bad that there aren't effective adaptation excluded if you just end up flying to moon or to Mars or any other as imaginary actions. But may I put a question to Tim very quickly, you can answer later or not, and this is China's huge potential. I've been imagining that I know that the EU-China relationship is tough love, especially because of the human rights. But could we combine our resources, financial resources, the interests, and to make some sort of a pact to really kickstart the renewable energy development and green economy development in the African continent? And this is something that I've been sort of tossing around in my mind. Thank you very much for the discussion, and sorry about the hassle, but I really needed to vote on renewable energy directive, and the votings were delayed, but now the job is done.
No, and thank you for a very, very skilled jumping in the deep end there when you came in. So Tim, you have got a question from Sirpa Pietikäinen, so I guess I'm going to, please do answer that question, and that's going to be then what wraps up our session today.
I think it's a great point. I think there is scope for such a sort of collaborative thinking on how EU, China, potentially others could come together to promote some of these changes. I mean, if you look at the evolution of the Belt and Road Initiative over the last few years, there has been a greening. I think there's obviously a degree of competition there, but there's an alignment of interest in the sort of big picture that could allow some of these things to go ahead. The big question from a sort of political and policy perspective, is it possible to sort of ring fence some issues around climate and around the collaboration on these kinds of issues from a very complicated, broader sort of geopolitical context? You saw signs of that in Glasgow with the US-China statement, but obviously that's now broken down. But I think it is important to keep those channels open because in the end, this will only succeed on this if we're all moving in a similar direction. So I would strongly think that that's worth pursuing. And let's be very clear, when it comes to Africa, there's so much to do. If you look at Africa's obviously solar rich, everyone knows that. But the installed capacity of solar in China is less than the installed capacity of solar in the Netherlands. That is a shameful statistic. And I think we all need to be thinking what more we can do in order to make that better.
Thank you very much. So thank you, Tim Gould. Thank you, Sirpa Pietikäinen, and thank you, Laszlo Borbély, for joining us for this session. Again, thank you everyone in the room and everyone following the stream. Now it's time for a coffee break, which will run until 3:30. So 20 minutes you have for grabbing a coffee, having a nice chat. And after the coffee break, we'll continue with the parallel sessions, 3 interesting discussions taking place simultaneously again. So after the coffee, find the session that you signed up for. And then for the audience watching this live stream, this is it for today. On the live stream, we'll see you again tomorrow at 9 for the high-level opening of day 2 of the conference. Again, thank you very much. Thank you, panelists.